I yeah. I think actually for a technical all right. Finally whoa. Now what kind of things? I gave you something.
Yeah. You want to go back to that email address? So the Google Plus one where it's in there now. So I can I email it to this account because or do you, yeah, but it's not Hey Tony, do you just want to sign in on this one so then I can have the chat window on this one? I don't know which one. Huh? I don't know which one's what. Sure. Just like a super thick ribbon spread. Did you email the agenda? Did you email the agenda? Yeah. To this one? I would like to call this meeting to order. We are having a meeting of the UW System student representatives. We will start with the roll call.
Blair? Here. Green Bay? Aye. Ross?
They're doing it right now.
Madison. Milwaukee.
Present.
Oshkosh.
Here.
Hardside. Platteville. River Falls.
Here.
Stevens Point.
Here.
Stout. Superior.
Present.
Whitewater.
Here.
Caribou, Sauk County. Barron County. Fond du Lac. Fox Valley. Manitowoc.
Present.
Marinette.
Here.
Marathon County. Marshfield, Wood County. Richland. Rock County. Sheboygan.
Here.
Washington County. Waukesha.
Sorry, I had myself muted. This is Marathon.
That's it. 14.
Alexander, who is the other person on the
Matt, can you please let us know?
That was Matt. Ross is
Benjamin is WC.
Okay. So they're both from the same campus. Okay. All right, we have 14. We have 4. Next, we'll move on to approval of minutes. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Next, we have election of IGR committee members. So the IGR committee is the Intergovernmental Communications Committee, and Jordan is the chair. Jordan, would you like to speak about what the committee does?
Sure. So my name is Jordan Shell. I'm from Oshkosh. This is my vice chair.
Yeah, I'm Shelby here, the Vice President of Policy.
So the IGR committee essentially, what our main goal is to take the issues of student reps and essentially convey those issues to the state legislature and the state government. So we will be working as a medium or conduit between the state government and this body, and just representing our views. So our first main goal is to create or recreate a document that was created last year called a legislative priorities document, or summary, in which we'll outline just a broad generalization of all the issues that currently affect UW system students and what we'd like to see changed with those issues. And that's about it. It's going to be a great time, though. So I recommend join on up.
Thank you, Jordan. So we do have 4 2-year representatives and 4 4-year representatives on that committee. So I would like to entertain a motion to open up nominations for the 2-year representatives. So moved. This will properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of opening up nominations, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. Nominations are now open for the 2-year representatives. I guess, Jordan, how do you plan to hold the meetings that may affect people's decisions?
Most of them will just be via either Google Hangout or Skype. Obviously, because all of us are extremely busy individuals on our own campuses, it's relatively hard to ask individuals to come and meet at a certain place. If that's what the committee wants to do, we can definitely do that, but I think that for the time being, teleconferencing is going to be the easiest way to communicate.
So you probably address time commitment, and also, how do you end up putting a 4-year position together when most of us are on PhD?
4-year campus and 2-year campus.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should be clear about that.
Time commitment.
Time commitment, it's not going to be too intense or anything of that nature. For the time being, what we would like to have done is the draft of the legislative summary by hopefully our next student reps meeting. And if there's 8 of us, technically 10 of us on that committee, there's not going to be a ton of topics in there, roughly 20 or so, at which point if all of us would do 1 or 2 topics, it's just going to be a relatively short paragraph on the issue. It's not going to be a huge time commitment. If anything, it would be about an hour to 2 hours every 3 to 4 weeks in which we're meeting, just going over issues, things like that. But again, nothing intense or anything of that nature.
Are there any nominations for a 2-year representative? All right. Is there a motion to close nominations? Or does it have to people registered in just a second? Accept.
I nominate Justin Casper for 2-year.
Is there a second? Second. Do you accept?
Yes.
Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Elizabeth and
Is there a second as well? Do you accept your nomination? Are there any other nominations? Is there a motion to close nominations?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It's been probably moved and seconded to close nominations. We'll proceed to program closing nominations. Those in favor of closing nominations, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Nominations are now closed. Congratulations, you two. You're now to call the floor possible. Next, I would like to entertain a motion to open up nominations for the board of 4-year representatives.
Second.
So moved. Is there a second? Probably moved and seconded. Nominations, or now we will proceed to vote on nominations. All those in favor of opening up nominations on the board for 4-year campuses, representatives, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Nominations are now open for the 4-year representatives. Yes.
I nominate Sam Jacobson.
Is there a second?
second.
Do you accept?
Yes. I nominate Ryan Sorensen.
Second. Do you accept? Yeah. Are there any other nominations? Yes. Chris? Is there a second? Second. Do you accept? There's one more spot. And would like board committee members. Let's work for
I'm a nice guy. Not being or anything like that, so.
Jordan, would Graham Sparks be interested in this position?
You would be very interested.
Oh, then, can I make a nomination like that? I nominate Graham Sparks. Motion.
Is there a second? Have you, do you have any documentation I can accept it?
Not on me, no.
Is there any objection to moving forward with this nomination anyways? Okay. Yes, well, the body accept this nomination with his own acceptance. He is selection. Are there any more nominations? Seeing none, I would like to entertain a motion to close nominations. It's been properly moved and seconded to close nominations. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Nominations are now closed. Congratulations. You four, you are now on the IGR committee. Next, we'll move on to campus reports. So normally we used to have a big list on the agenda of using campus, and that was very efficient. So if your campus has something to share, just raise your hand and we'll get to your campus. But in tradition, we would like to start with the host campus if they have anything you would like to report.
Well, as you all know, we hosted a board previously. Well, we hosted a board previously. It went wonderful. We ate breakfast. Stuff. But in reality, it was a great conversation. It was a wonderful time to meet students that we normally don't from us. And they were really receptive for the students there. Other than that, I'm really large.
It seems quite. Is there any other campuses that would like to report?
Well, our new chancellor was announced. His name is Dr. Andrew Lehman. He's from the University of North Georgia. He will be taking over the chancellorship at our campus starting November 3rd, so relatively soon. And we're excited to work with him. He's a great leader. He's got a lot of great initiatives and a lot of great ideas. And he's going to move our campus forward for hopefully the next decade and longer.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucas Tomczyk. I'm the Vice President at UW Whitewater. So recently, you might have heard in the news we had a big hate crime that happened. It's alleged, but one homosexual male was assaulted by 4 males, and within the past 2 or 3 weeks, there have been multiple other assaults on campus, which is very new and a very huge culture shock. So we are honestly just trying to avoid a riot at this point. On top of all this, there's an affirmative action bake sale that's going on this coming week. And normally this wouldn't be that big of a deal, but with all this going on, we have a bunch of white students who are selling, whatever bake sale objects, the lower prices to people of color, and next to them is going to be an African American fraternity, also bake sale. So that could, we kind of freaked out about that. Moving on after that, we've got a smoking ban that we're currently working on. It was just recently voted down by WSG, but it has 3 other governance bodies that it has to go through. So it's looking like it could be a thing by next fall. And the next step, we're currently installing gender-inclusive bathrooms. So any single bathroom that's wheelchair accessible will have new signage that's going to be gender-inclusive, so people who don't identify as either male or female will feel comfortable and welcome. And it's something that's been going on throughout many schools throughout the country, so we're just kind of following suit. And that's just about it.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was wondering around the hate crime this is the work of situation also has the system or course
There hasn't been anything with UW system, but the campus, since it happened off campus, currently the police are working on it.
Hey everyone, good morning. Eau Claire will be having President Cross come to town this coming Tuesday. The student government has a 45-minute sit-down time immediately after its lunch, where we'll be discussing our legal equipment differential tuition movement and the prospects of getting a new residence hall on campus. We're in dire need of new student-life buildings because we're currently housing 106% capacity of what our residence halls will allow us to have. We have people living in hotels off campus. And with Google commitment, we're hoping that in the next budget we can get our last, it was an incremental funding phase, we're hoping the last increment of our funding on Frozen. Other than that, we've been planning for a new recreation event center. We were given a $10 million donation over the summer for new land, which we could use to build new facilities for our students. Our facilities today are about 35 years old. It would be nice for our students to have a really nice center to watch them play basketball, or even to work out with up-to-date facilities. Other than that, we have our budget process right around the corner, which is my favorite time of year. We'll start our organized activities budget, which is our Allen Pool Seg fee, this coming Wednesday. That is it.
Yes.
UW student senators are participating actively in the College Cancer Research in the next few weeks due to the extension of the cost
So at UW Green Bay, I'm Reed Mansfield, SUPEC chair. We've had a really successful startup of student government. We've got a lot of freshman senators come on board, so we're very excited about that. I've got a full SUPEC board for the first time in a long time. And the big thing to let you know, I just wanted to tell everybody we have an installation ceremony for our new chancellor, Gary Miller. That's on November 14th at 2 p.m. If anybody would like to go, I'm sure we can find an invitation. It's quite a common circumstance. It's a good time, I'm sure. Thank you.
Would any other campuses like to have a report?
Sure. Hey everyone, Ryan Sorensen, president from UW Milwaukee. We've been running into a few issues with our TKE fraternity. They allegedly were gate raping females at a house party. So we've been working with our Dean Student's Office to promote sexual assault prevention and education on campus. Also, we are getting some pushback on our new union project. That's being stalled, and every year it's being stalled, or it's costing $20 million more. So we're going to be working with some regents on that, making sure we can streamline that process and get that going. We're moving our bookstore from a traditional bookstore to an online model. And also, we just received a grant from Elector. So I think we received, I think it was $5,000 to promote female civic leadership on campus. Any questions?
Next, we have someone.
Lacrosse.
Lacrosse.
Can you hear me?
Lacrosse?
Is it working? No? Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So this coming Friday, we will be breaking ground on our new student center. All of you, I think, should have received an invitation for that. You're more than welcome to attend. I know Lacrosse isn't necessarily close to any of you, but if you guys aren't doing anything in the area, you are more than invited to come and attend that groundbreaking ceremony. Additionally, that night, we're holding an event in kind of coordination with It's On Us. I know I've talked to some campuses, and some people have been having trouble coming up with kind of events to do for that campaign if you've signed on to it. But we are hosting a big kind of campus-wide flag football tournament in which all the proceeds would go to New Horizons, which is a local domestic violence and abuse outreach center. So that's kind of an idea if any of you wanted an idea to hop off on It's On Us from. I know they don't really have super good guidelines of what to do. I know a lot of campuses have been confused. So we'll be doing that. If anyone wants to come to the groundbreaking and is in the area, you are more than invited to come and check out the flag football tournament. We're hoping to have a big turnout with a lot of students on campus. Additionally, this Tuesday we'll be voting in a special referendum for our campus on a new athletic field house. We just started the education on the field house about 3 weeks ago. If that passes on Tuesday, we'll be presenting it to the board in December, hoping to get it on the biennium budget before the spring. Additionally, we're doing our applicable Seg fee budget hearings next Monday, and I think that is all I have. I yield.
All right, thank you, Lucas. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Ryan Rudolph, President of Sheboygan. Not much is going on here. We just had groundbreaking on our new engineering building. It'll be ready by next year, next fall semester. And the only other thing we're doing right now is we're trying to get voter awareness out.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm with the United States. Going on voter registration, registering voters and voters to website. The next thing is our diversity voted on diversity plan for the year and for the days. Haven't really gotten the responses from registration on so tracking is online. Last thing, and I think over the course of the day, but we implemented a green fund for the first time last year. I'm not getting in trouble with it because we are again, but also just kind of trying to work out things. So thank you.
Any other reports? Sarah.
Hi, you have me start with your name. We are still doing voter registration. We are in the process of getting together our housing fair for November 6th. And we also have a dilemma, and I kind of want everybody's, I guess, feedback. In 2009, we created our tobacco ban, but that did not include e-cigarettes. Administration has asked us, or kind of charged us, if students or our campus would want to include e-cigarettes. I know a lot of building managers have come up to me personally and asked me how come e-cigarettes have not been on the tobacco ban for our university, and I just kind of want your guys' opinion because in our Senate we did discuss the reason why I'm not having it because it's not really as harmful as tobacco, but it's still the idea of interfering with people's personal space and personal breathing capacity inside the building. So I just kind of want to know everybody's opinion about that.
Yes.
I know it's a good spirit. We don't allow chewing tobacco. We're smoking cannabis. We don't allow chewing tobacco and voting either. It doesn't interfere with anyone's personal space. It's just that inside is in the tobacco area. So we consider it. We're also looking at this. So some of us have used the idea of using that as obvious classrooms.
I've often received a complete backwards notion on this. It's always been my opinion that e-cigarettes help people quit smoking, and that's a good thing. And I think it should not be discouraged.
It's a little tricky situation because I know that, correct me if I'm wrong, but e-cigarettes put fluid in them, and some of the fluids that you can put in them don't have any nicotine or anything at all. It's just a vapor that has flavor, and so that's where the tricky thing comes in. Because how do you know if they're putting in a nicotine-based product or the space flavor product? So it's a really sticky situation to be in.
I know at River Falls we included e-cigarettes in our institution originally, and the rationale behind that was because we had a whole bunch of students that thought about that at first, but then we explained the rationale behind that because they didn't include about FDA yet, so that's the reason why we included that in our campus anyways.
But, yeah, I have a comment on the question. So for our campus, we've banned e-cigs as far as in academic buildings in the student center. However, we're a smoking campus, so you can't just ban it outright. And within the residence halls, you're allowed to have an e-cigarette just because it's not overly intrusive in smell. It's also very hard to detect, so unfortunately, fairly tough. And then my question is, how does the campus enforce totally non-smoking, or like how do you enforce a non-smoking campus?
So,
for us, we kind of have that awkward dilemma because there's a lot of, I want to say we have like 20% of our student body is international students, and I want to say a good 15% is Saudi Arabian. So part of their culture is smoking. So it's really hard for us to say because obviously streets are public. So whenever we do see them smoking, it's typically on the curb or on the side. But from administration, they did say for the past couple of years that we had the tobacco ban, our university has cleared up a lot of tobacco goods, as well as you're not walking into like, debris of someone else's smoking. But it's very hard to justify because a lot of people are like, well, if they're smoking on the side, you know, aren't we a tobacco ban, tobacco-free university? Should be seeing other students smoking on campus. We haven't really had a justifying alternative to force students to stop smoking on campus, but it has expedited.
I think that the e-cigarette goes away more so from a nicotine content that being in the building is how we fix e-cigarette toothbrush taking it from the community. You don't have people talking about e-cigarette in class. Since I have there's institutions in what's inhaling about that. I think that's why I have to build or at least work with you before support. Whereas residents also have more for smoking. Since you're home, you should be able to do what you do. Otherwise, you have to risk of pushing people off campus. And for the smoke-free campus, we're in the process. We're not sure when it's going to happen, but I believe personally that there's going to be a ban smoking on our campus. And the idea should be the year where administration moved one of the smoking barrels, the most popular one, just took it away from folks anything. And it was great that we worked with us about the chancellor, and I said, you need to put back. This is, I mean, the students have not freaked out at all until that happened. We're taking emails, Ms. Hall's texts. And then what we're doing to prevent that is we're going to work with them and say, where can we put these up in investment campus that still allow students to enter a tobacco products without interfering with living in our communities. So I don't know if anyone else who's not smoke free yet. Let's look at that option, but I think that's the best that this will be for us. See what would be mentioned in other schools. Let's do it.
Any other cancer reports?
This is an important question. So we compiled a long list of complaints against this. We're wondering, a big one on that list is where are students then going to smoke? They have to go to the corner of campus and or across the street, and then you've got the faculty to think about. Our chancellor personally was concerned that some of his own faculty and staff would then need to quit, or they would have to be seriously inconvenienced and take longer smoke breaks and things like that. We were just wondering how you guys counter that, if you have any countermeasures in place. Seems like it's a problem. Well,
I don't know who it was. I didn't want to say it Blair, or was there there's a smoking ban on campus, or there is? I heard there's a smoking ban on campus, and yeah, the smoking population is pretty significant. And after 2 years after the culture change, when those sophomores, freshmen started adjusting or transitioning out, then it decreased the smoking population by a lot, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. But it's part of the transition of the culture is we're going to understand it. And if you're going to smoke, the institution is going to ban it. So the bold questions, I guess. But also get feedback
impacting the students in the form of flicking cigarette butts in a chances parking spot and things like that. That's my understanding. I don't remember what school it was. It was recently. That's serious. But like I said, after the culture change, there's no longer an issue.
Yeah, so we're currently implementing our tobacco-free ban for the time. 2 years ago, there was the last year's raising the implementation plan for it, and then this year it's being implemented. And we have a lot of the same concerns that you brought up with me, and I think one of the things that we found really negated some of those was the fact that it was put to a vote across all students, across all faculty members, across all staff members. So every single person got a vote on campus about whether or not to implement it. The same survey was used by both faculty and staff and students. So it's the same question, we were doing the same couple of options, and it wasn't just no tobacco or tobacco. We actually gave them multiple choices, either no change, maintaining the current policy, going just smoke-free, creating designated smoking areas, or going completely tobacco-free. So everybody was actually able to rank their choices, and overwhelmingly across both faculty and staff and students, the results were to go completely tobacco-free. And so number one, I think, because we have those results, and anyone who kind of questioned if we could show them those results, that I think alone might kind of negate some of the pushback. And then our faculty and staff kind of just figured out that they're going to have to move slightly off campus. I think we're a little bit luckier in that we have a smaller campus. Students don't have to go quite as far to be technically off campus. And then we are working, especially with our Dean of Students office, to make sure that once implementation, especially for students in residence halls and in areas where it is their home away from home, so we're not trying to punish. And we've kind of created, we're trying to create a culture of just telling people, please don't smoke here, rather than, please don't smoke here, and here's your weed all fine. We really wanted to avoid that, so that culture change can happen a little bit more out there doing a lot of fines or anything like that. So that's kind of some of the ways that implemented it, and so far we really haven't had any problems. We put up signs in the neighborhoods. We made time available to neighbors around. We're concerned about ending up with a lot of cigarette butts in their front yard because students have to leave campus, asking students not to litter. And we're thinking about maybe putting them on the trash cans. So the outskirts of campus where we know that people are going, so they don't have to put them on the ground, but they're still on campus. We haven't done it yet, but we know it's been a thought that's been brought up by someone. So we haven't actually had too many problems, but I think it's really did it slowly and made sure we did a lot of
Washington County thinks that reform needs to be made on a smoking ban. Keep the ban on cigarettes, but allow e-cigarettes on campus. His microphone wasn't working. So.
Are there any other campus reports?
I'm from so just a few quick things. We are about to start kicking off our It's On Us campaign. I know Lacrosse talked about that. What we're doing for it is we created a video just like the one that they have online. We want to have a campus roundtable with all students and staff that have input and something to say about that issue. Meet with fraternities and sororities. And we want to chalk around campus and have tables and everything just so that we can get it out on campus and have a big launch for it. So hopefully that will go well. We're really excited and working hard on that. We're also working on changing our general education requirements and our work study. Those are big things that we're focusing on this year. Also, our Falcon Fridays program, it's something really simple that we're doing this year, is just trying to get students to wear Falcon stuff on Fridays and make it a spirit day so that we can get more pride on campus. It's not going super well, so if you guys have any ideas as to how to get students excited about something like that, please let us know. I guess.
Explain what It's On Us is.
Oh yes, It's On Us is the National Sexual Assault Prevention and Awareness Movement. It's where campuses talk about sexual assault, and there's a whole website, itsonus.org, asking campuses to participate, and it gives you different information and links as to how to get your students involved in talking about it. Lacrosse is doing a flag football thing, I think is what she said. So there's a lot of different things you can do, and if you have any more questions about it, ask anyone. Well, go to the website for sure, and then you can ask me about it.
Any other campus reports?
We finally got our Senate started after a rough start. We had low enrollment as a two-year school. So we actually have to make some changes to our constitution and bylaws to kick back the actual election dates for student senators a couple weeks. We're finally starting to talk about our budget, allocable and segregated fees, because we did have we were guessing about 820 FTE, and we actually got it 650 or something like that. So 150 dropped from what we were expecting. So we're obviously cutting some budgets in certain committees, so we're working with that. And at the same time, we're looking to get a budget going for a new science building. We do have an old science building. We're either going to restore it, or we're just going to build a new one. So we got to talk to the county about that. Anybody have any questions? No? Audio?
So Matt, the marathon, going on. We just held our second Senate election, and we had very little turnout, so the Senate finally started doing stuff in days. More on campus, our campus is still working towards building the second residence hall. Tentative open date and with spring semester 2016. Pretty exciting. Again, the graduation system, our FTE is now, I think, 13% last semester. So we're a little bit up there. We're getting certain screens for both the CFO and the assistant student services to kind of handicap us to our employees from other colleges. So we're about still going.
Thank you. Any other campus reports?
As you all know, Granite Council is on campus, but I'd like to take advantage of the opportunity to just share with you all what's going on. So we've been running our vote campaign, Launch 2014. It's been here in some of your reports. I'm sure a lot of you are working on folks are doing some good vote work. Much of my time has been spent doing a lot of lobbying with the Government Accountability Board in terms of implementation of the voter ID law, which of course, as you all know, or hopefully you all know, was blocked. So that means the students are less disenfranchised, which is pretty awesome. Some of the things that we were talking to them about, which we will have an impact in future elections, are making sure that the implementation of any law around what you need to present can be accessible on students' phones. Until like last week, folks were going to have to bring like a paper copy of their enrollment. So when we talked with PGAD, they're willing to sort of switch how they implemented it and let folks have phones. As you can imagine, that would be really awesome. So that's just one example of some of the work that United Council's been doing around the law. In terms of rolling out the vote campaign on campuses, the vote organizer has been driving all around the state. Maybe some of you have seen him on 6 different campuses, really trying to make sure that we get the word out about voting. We had our vote swag statewide action gathering for the nation at UW Parkside. I think it was relatively good turnout. Did some good planning about the vote campaign, and we're looking to have our next statewide action gathering swag weekend at UW Oshkosh. So we sent out some communication. Some students on that campus are interested in having us come on up. And, yeah, make sure that we're still making sure the students get an opportunity to have a collective voice. Yeah, if you all have any questions, or there's also a new staff member here that I don't know if you all met.
Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca Khan. I'm a graduate of UW Madison. Came back to Wisconsin after working abroad and getting my master's. I'm back here now working with the United Council, which I'm really excited about. My position is a projects and information coordinator. So anything that involves SWAG, so to say, applied action gatherings, is me. So I've been reaching out to most of you and see if I haven't, I apologize, but here's my opportunity. So NECA's already talked to you about what's coming up in October. So it's the 24th. It will be at Oshkosh. We're in communication. And what we'll be doing is actually a lot of what you just talked about in a lot of your report backs. So our core campaigns for this year that we're really focusing on is VOTE, which will be over obviously November 4th. And then after that is the biennial campaign. So a lot of that looks like trying to get funding for campuses and students and financial aid and stuff like that. The other one is student debt campaign, which hasn't come up yet, but will when you all graduate. And then the other one is the It's On Us campaign. So we're doing a Students Against Sexual Assault, which I think would be great to get together and do a lot of the brainstorming that didn't really get to happen in the feedback. And we'll brainstorm about 25 to 30 minutes on smoking. But the SWAG is definitely a great space. We have a few hours kind of carved out for talking about what we can do with the It's On Us campaign. It's national. And, looks like there's a lot of great opportunities for funding and doing some big and capital work there, which Milwaukee might be interested in with your recent issues. So, yeah, please come out, anybody and everybody.
All right, any last minute reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to executive committee reports.
Mr. Secretary,
the only thing that I really want to mention is the fact that the voter ID law has been reversed by the federal government because it's considered unconstitutional, so now it's not required to have residents in your votes. It's kind of important. Okay. Otherwise,
Shelby?
Sure. I just look forward to working with these 6 individuals that were elected to our IGR committee. And if you could just stay afterwards, after the meeting, so just that we can touch base, that'd be wonderful.
Hey everyone, we have an activity planned later today under Building a Better Reps, and I'll tell you more about that when that comes up on the agenda, so I'm looking forward to it. I hope you'll have a bit of fun.
Awesome. For my report, I'm working on setting up some meetings with system administration, grade process, office, for the Reps Executive Board, and also I just did the Board of Regents meeting yesterday, and we're working on getting our legislative priority summary presented from the board eventually. So that should be a big thing. That's all I have to report at this time. All right, moving on to your system administration reports.
Yes. As you all may know, I believe there's an additional notes about the process of the system task force and sexual violence. We had our very first meeting September 25th. As a student representative on that task force, we have 27 members from pretty much all of the U.S. institutions and their functional areas. Students, officers, correction officers, representatives, council services, the trying to make sure that all of those folks represent that task. The purpose of that very first meeting was to pretty much lay out the framework of the task force. Look at all the different policies, identify the different work groups that we need to work forward and reviewing policies, environmental policies, looking at the federal regulation we need to abide by, taking a look taking into consideration victims that may be involved in incidents of sexual assault or sexual harassment, as well as alleged students and the applicants process and education and awareness supports in that as well. So some of the different work groups that are formed out of this task force is working on training, professional development, funding and outreach, partnerships with not only within the PW system, but outside the system, also looking at some other resources and different topics of that nature. Our next meeting will be October 30th, and the theme for that will be training. So we will have different demos coming in from workplace answers, clarity is another one. Here in Madison has a program we'll have someone coming in to do a presentation and talk about if these are good ideas and resources to utilize System 1 to assist what a lot of our practitioners on the ground can utilize to take advantage of. One other update that I do have is the Office of General Counsel will be doing a deep dive to the 9 readiness training. So each training, as I understand it, will be happening regionally, and I believe the first training will be happening with South Campus first. So either the Scout, Career, Superior, or Falls, they will be the first region that be invited to this training. And I believe it will be a full day. A lot of it will be working with the practitioners and the administrators and help them review policies, how to investigate cases, how to adjudicate cases, how to work through the hearing process, giving them the skills and which
So, hi everybody. I haven't met you yet. I will. I'm D.A. Dirks, and I started working on studies 3 months ago. That's confusing. So, part of my area of responsibility for the UW system is LGBTQ programs. So, the directors, coordinators, and folks who have associated responsibilities, we met last month to talk about sort of what you guys do, right? What are we doing on our campuses? What resources can we share? What information we share? So, that was the whole day sort of meeting. We can continue to do that either by phone or in person. And I'm here. So if you want to come and check in with me about what's happening, inclusion. I also, in addition to participating, we support staff who task force on sexual violence. And then also what's happening in a week from now is the Women, Gender Studies, and LGBTQ Studies Conference, which is in the fall. So I am your staff member from so we travel to 13% of the boards. One for LGBTQ work within the system, and the other for women of color for work with folks who advance systems to work with advice.
I know I work in a hotel, and all the hotels are usually booked for that. In River Falls. Come on. Yeah.
Also, the criteria slides, selection for students.
So we have 2 students. We have 1 undergraduate student and 1 graduate student. I believe the graduate student is from UW Milwaukee. And what was the second question? So how we selected all individuals for the task force, we reached out to all of the campuses, the chancellor, and asked them, we identified different function areas And we asked them to identify folks who they felt would be good individuals to serve on this task force. So it went down the line from all of the individuals that I mentioned before, counseling services, health services, deans of students, conduct officers, so on and so forth, as well as students and faculty. And from those names, there was a small working group at UW system who narrowed those individuals down. A lot of the folks, as far as students and faculty, they did submit information on their working year in expertise. So we use that information to serve on the task force. And we had 2 tiers. So we had two separate groups, and we sent those groups or those names up to the president's office, and he made the final decision.
One more question. Why is, I know it's very hard to task force, what is one is the focus part of this is responsible. Parts is yeah, technology. As far as the
That's a very good question. I'm glad that you brought that up. A very good point. In the very first meeting, we identified operating guidelines as well as guiding principles. And I believe that the students who are really aware mentioned your very same point. And so we are holding all of our workers responsible. They have the free will to bring in experts and to address different topics. So if there is a topic, there will be a theme topic for each large group in-person meeting. And we are asking them for this next upcoming meeting to identify and think about practice meetings, think about different folks that would be able to bring in, and topics that we need to address. And that was one of the topics that was identified. And I'm not quite sure which meeting that will be fit, but it's most definitely on our priority list, and it's identified as one of the. So I think Mel's perspective and your role with this particular topic is not lost in the conversation.
One more question. Somebody said about you, down the road, you look at bars outside of the system, outside of the system. What's going to be focused as far as incorporating past amendment part of the system? So, for instance, I'm talking about my council have, I'm not his party. She went to National Director of Player. She was part of my council. She was one of the key players who started the resources across the state. So, like, incorporating those type of folks into this group, also these
I'm not sure what that looks like right now. I would be willing to take your information down and pass that along to the work that's responsible for outreach and partnership. Yep, you're welcome.
All right. Next, we'll move on to building amendment conversation.
Out of respect for the time for our excuse me?
Speak longer.
Sorry. Out of respect for the time of our colleagues online with us, I'd entertain a motion to move this to the end of our meeting so they don't have to kind of sit and stare for half an hour while we do our little activity.
Is there a second? Probably moved in second. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of moving this to our last item of business, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Next, we'll move on to unfinished business. Constitutional and bylaw amendments made by UW Falls. Falls would you like to read the motion? You'd like to speak to it?
Sure. I'll just refresh everyone's memory really quick as to what we were talking about last week with this. It's creating a Wisconsin Student Association group. Reps would still exist. Instead, there would be a larger executive board that would be able to meet more frequently and do more for all of the students of the UW system. This would mean changes to the Constitution and the reps bylaws, and the motion is written up there.
The floor is now open for discussion.
What information does someone describe the difference between the two bodies? What would be are the duties of the WSLB or the duties of the student representative? Would you like to address that?
So the way it's written, Alexander, would you be able to pull up the actual numbers? Or in the email. So what would happen in the Constitution is it basically create the Wisconsin Student Association, and reps would still exist. Reps would meet about 3 times a year, and it would just create a larger executive board that would be more responsive, because right now we can only meet so often. And we can't be, we're just responding to everything that happens in the state, and we can be proactive, so create a more proactive organization. All the members of the Wisconsin Student Association, or it's basically expanding the executive board of reps, would be members of student reps. So it's basically adding 10 more people to the executive board and giving them the power to speak on behalf of reps.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Should every other input do it? What would reps then do that's not proactive if you're not enforcing the reps employee?
Reps would approve the platform for the Wisconsin Student Association every single year. So basically they'll be like, this is what we want. Then the Student Association would go do it for them, instead of us trying, the small executive board trying to do all the work that reps wants it to do now. Yeah.
We've discussed this a little bit, the executives today.
Yes.
So, to get this straight, the executive, this new body would be made up of the same people that are in this room?
Yes.
So,
well,
I guess my confusion with that is that I just heard that you all don't have the time to put into it, and so you want to make another body made up of the same people who don't have that time to find time to do something. That's the logic that I heard. That's why I'm asking.
Let me clarify. This body selects the members, so any UW system student could be in the Wisconsin Student Association. They just need to be nominated by a member of reps, and reps votes on them.
And what's the likelihood of those students outside of the people that make up reps actually getting nominated?
It would be up to the individual campuses to make that nomination. So it just depends on how much those campuses reach out to their students.
So how invested are you on getting like other campuses? How invested are you in getting students outside of reps, maybe outside of student official this body? I'm just trying to like maybe hours are you in those relationships? That how many questions time do you have?
As a question, have any alternative actions been thought of, maybe increasing the amount of members of the executive board, maybe subcommittees to take some of the workload? So instead of making something new under the same principle, we just walk about the current program to meet the needs of all these busy members. I guess I would just like to see more before. This is a pretty big step, I think. I'd like to see more discussion on this other reps meeting.
I think it'd be helpful if you went over precisely what is being changed, the general idea of we're adding a few people. Want to go over the exact details?
It's on the email. Huh?
That's.
These are only the agendas.
We'll get it out here quickly.
Not who sent to UW form. These are the only emails I have.
So, just come here on. Yeah.
I can see our group last night was one of the students, right?
The point of this is
No, it's going to right. Should wait for that. But
you can't push the trigger. Come on. We hosted the high school. There's 3 that's good. Okay.
I move to take a 5-minute recess.
So, yeah, second. Second discussion. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We'll re-adjourn at 11:20.
Mine. Apple. Hey, I should have an apple.
Yeah. All right. So we were on the discussion of the main motion on the floor, which is Constitution and bylaw amendments. So I'll go over the changes for you. So if you want to pull up the constitutional changes, so you can see what would be happening. Basically, it'd be striking reps and Wisconsin Student Association. It removed the table of contents, but it's not really necessary in a 6-article constitution. Just changing the names. The membership of the Wisconsin Student Association would just be any students nominated by any member of UW System student reps, so any UW System student. And then the members of UW System student representatives stays the same. And UW System student reps is chaired by the president of the Wisconsin Student Association. So the same process we would have now. And then Wisconsin Student Association, pretty much the same purposes, reps. And then UW System student representatives acts as the board of directors or reps, or UW System student representatives acts as the board of directors for the Wisconsin Student Association. So they basically task them anything they need to do, create the platform, and approve the platform. The meetings of the Wisconsin Student Association would happen 2 times a month. And then they're run with Robert's rules. Instead of reps meeting 5 times, I think we can meet more than 5 times a year. It would only meet 3 times. And that's the only changes to the Constitution. So the changes to the bylaws. So just name changes again in the preamble. Then more name changes. And then in the summits, the SUPAC summit would be run by or organized by the Wisconsin Student Association's SUPAC director. So that's just a position the Wisconsin Student Association likes to work with SUPACs and just help them improve best practices, things like that. And then the Government Operations Summit, which we've always been holding with the SUPAC Summit, would be the responsibilities of the legislative director of the Wisconsin Student Association. Again, the SUPAC Summit would be held in Madison. Quorum remains the same, 50% plus 1. The agenda format, just removing the list of campuses, because it's not really necessary to have a whole list. We know what campuses are. And then moving down, you'll just see a little bit of changing in the section number. Then the officers of UW System student representatives. The chair of UW System student representatives would just be the president of the Wisconsin Student Association. The vice chair would be the vice president of the Wisconsin Student Association. And the secretary would be the Wisconsin Student Association secretary. So pretty much it would be what we would have now is myself, Sam, and Dual would be the only presiding officers over UW System student reps whenever they meet. Just removing all the committees. So this is really the big change. This is what would be the new executive board. So the Wisconsin Student Association members. There'd be the president, pretty much the duties of the president on the campus. a vice president, basically any contested by the president. The secretary, so normal duties of the secretary. There would be a SUFAC director, whose duties would be to carry out the tasks designated by the president, coordinate with individual campus SUFAC chairs to ensure compliance with system, board, and state law and policies, and shall be responsible for planning the SUFAC summit. Then the next position would be a recipient director, and carry out tasks delegated by the president, and shall coordinate the individual campuses, SGAs, to promote inclusivity within SGAs and campuses. There would be a campus board director that would be working with any statewide to promote efforts. There would be a state legislative director who would basically serve in the position that Jordan's serving right now as IGR chair. And instead of having a separate IGR committee, it basically moves the committee onto the executive board, where they'd be a representative from different regions. So there'd be an Eastern legislative director, which would include the campuses of Fond du Lac, Fox Valley, Green Bay, Manitowoc, Meriden County, Marinette, Oshkosh, Sheboygan, Stevens Point. So it'd be a student from one of those campuses. The Southern Legislative Director, same thing, but they cover Fairview, South County, Parkside, Platteville, Richland, Rock County, Washington County, Waukesha, Whitewater. And a Western Legislative Director, same thing, but it's Fairview County, Eau Claire, across Marshfield, Wood County, River Falls, Stout, and Superior. Then there'd be a Madison Legislative Director, who would be a student from UW-Madison, and shall be appointed by the highest ranking member of the Associated Students of Madison. Then there would be a Milwaukee Legislative Director. And same thing, but with the Milwaukee Student Association. And then the other members would be just special initiative directors, so basically 3 at-large members. And they would just be in charge of carrying out anything specific put into the Wisconsin Student Association platform. So they just lead special initiatives. So elections, it's pretty much the same election process for every single position, and the same election process we use for our current executive board. They just have to be a UW system student nominated by a president or vice president of a campus. And then the power to remove any members of the Wisconsin Student Association still lies with reps. So at any meeting of reps, any campus can make a motion to remove any member of the Wisconsin Student Association if necessary. Meeting locations for Wisconsin Student Association, most of them would have to be held through long distance communication, and quorum is 1/2 different voting members. And this is the Wisconsin Student Association platform, so it's just taking the legislative priorities summary and making it a static document, so it won't change any. We wouldn't adopt a new one every year. We just review amendments and changes and approve each policy in it. So each issue would be voted on separately in the platform. And that would be made by the Wisconsin Student Association. So they do all the legwork creating the platform, every issue on it, and then those issues would come to reps, and reps would approve every issue, and the platform stays. And then appointment to system level committees would still be the same process, but with the Wisconsin Student Association. And then amendments and adoption. So a lot of it is a lot of just renaming things we're currently doing, and a little bit of restructuring, basically expanding the executive board.
Right. What were your thoughts on having Madison and Milwaukee specific directors?
I guess the large population of each of those campuses and it was more broken up by how the legislature is divided up. We want to have a representative to basically work with all these different legislators. So basically, spread the load of how many legislators there are in that area of the state onto that legislative director. So giving them the even workload between the 5.
Okay. Yeah, I would just like to touch on a couple of points that are kind of my thoughts and feelings behind the document. When Tony and I introduced this, we had sorry, I'll just project a little bit better. Sorry about that.
Or stand up. Probably help.
Yeah. Standing? Okay. Standing. When Tony and I changed these bylaws up a little bit, we were kind of thinking that we needed a way to reinforce legitimacy, efficiency, and effectiveness for this body. So often we have these meetings and then we don't really think about what Reps is doing for the next 5 weeks until we meet again, which is, it's a problem. When we're here, we have to realize that I'm not representing Eau Claire anymore, even though I vote for Eau Claire. Tony's not representing River Falls anymore, even though he votes for River Falls. We're representing all the students in the UW system. That's the body that we have. So we know that this document isn't perfect. We're looking for as much feedback as we can get. We want to make a body that is professional, legitimate, efficient, and effective. So when we have President Cross or we are talking with UW System Administration, our voices are really heard. It's not them maybe visiting our campuses once or twice a year and they hear us for 30 or 40 minutes, like what might happen in Eau Claire this coming week. It's really, this is a unified student voice, and this is what our campuses have voted for. I think that this document is a good start. There are improvements to be made. There are changes that can be made. We open it up to all of you because we need your feedback so we can make a more perfect version.
The original idea of proposing this was just to get the conversation started, see what people are thinking. And the most transparent and official way to do that is to make a motion and put it on the floor. We have someone video conference that would like to speak.
Lacrosse.
Lacrosse. We'll get them first. Then I will start a speakers list. So if you would just raise your hand.
Lacrosse? Lacrosse, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just first wanted to thank, I guess, UW, River Falls, and Eau Claire for kind of taking the initiative to start something like this. I think this is a great start. I think that we could do a lot with an idea like this, and I really think that there is a lot we could do with it. However, I would like to voice a concern with the timeliness of this proposal. I think it's really fast, and I know there's a lot of reps in the room that are like me, very new to the system reps and their structure and how we operate. And I guess I'd just like to voice that concern with how quickly this is moving. I think that as much work as Eau Claire and River Falls has put into this, I would have liked to see a lot more consultation and communication with other campuses. I think all of us in this room have a ton of good ideas, and I think that if we would have consulted each other and talked to each other, I think that we could make this a really, really good thing. And so I think we have a really big opportunity here, and I don't want us to rush too quickly into something that could be very trial and error, could not work in the end. Specifically, I would like to point out that there was a concern, I think, voiced earlier that there's not, students on this new Wisconsin Student Association won't have time to, complete the duties that they're charged with. And I do honestly have a concern with, the structure kind of dying out, and, with the large commitment. I think today, from what I counted, we barely made quorum today. And so I think if you're going to try and ask, more student representatives to spend more of that time, it concerns me with, their ability to actually do what they're supposed to do. And then, by that time, it makes me really nervous that reps is only meeting at least 3 times a year. By that point, we're just kind of really an inefficient and illegitimate body by then. And the the notion that this new student association is supposed to bring more legitimacy to, you know, student reps as a whole is also a little concerning, because to me, at my first reaction to this proposal was that it actually kind of takes a little bit of legitimacy away from reps and kind of derives our power to a group other than ourselves, and that's also just a little concerning. And then lastly, and this is very much so kind of a discussion topic that I just want to bring up, but we're looking at a very internal structure with this proposal, and I'm wondering if, you know, if that's what we want, then I mean that's something to talk about. But an internal structure makes me really nervous, because I think a lot more trouble can come from that, a lot more, you know, internal combustion can happen, and I guess that's just something I would like to kind of hear some thoughts on. Do we want an internal structure doing stuff like this? Do we want, you know, to kind of create a more external structure? But in the end, I mean, I thank you guys a lot for, you know, bringing this idea to us. I in the end would like us to spend a little more time on it. I would like a few more campuses to be involved in it, and I think in the end, I think this is a really great opportunity. I think that we could do a lot with it. So I guess I just want us to slow down a little bit. I'd love to hear more discussion on it today, but in the end, I don't feel comfortable making a decision on this today. I don't know if that's your guys' intent, but I definitely don't think this is something that I could decide on today.
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yeah. Okay. Kaylee, when you were talking about internal combustion, I think that was a really interesting phrase, and I want to hear more about what you're foreseeing about that. It was something that was a little bit vague for me, so I want to know exactly what you meant by that, if you could.
Sure. So I don't really know. I mean, I guess that you know is a very big thing that I want us to be chatting about today. Do we want all of our power to come from the inside? I know there are sometimes issues with like external, you know, relations too. I think that if we're not keeping a close eye on this structure that we want to represent us more, I think that could be dangerous. But I'm also worried about I don't want to use the word corruption, but you know, if we get a bunch of students in here that are just, you know, out to set, you know, their own legislative agenda, I think that this is not good in kind of creating a check and balance type of system. I think that it could become very uncontrollable very quickly, and I think that just having, and I don't necessarily know exactly how I feel about it. This is just kind of something that could happen. I don't know if I like it in the end. I don't know if I dislike it in the end. But I think by having everything structured internally could potentially be an issue, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I don't know, I would like to hear more kind of discussion on if we're looking for a more internal structure or something like that. That was kind of what I wanted to hear after what I was chatting about, so I'd love to hear more thoughts on that. But other than that, I'm done for right now unless there are more follow-ups or questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Amanda. I also am a board member, treatment council. I was last year and I'm again now, based off of our two different structures. I'm kind of curious about the creation and the process that went into this. So I guess the first question, I'll say that for you guys. Where did you pull your ideas from? Because I recognize a lot of them and have them familiar. And then also with just you two that kind of did that, or did you collaborate with folks in the room? Did you collaborate with folks in your Senate? It's kind of like what collaboration went into this? Because it seems like a lot of folks here are kind of surprised by it. So did you talk to anyone outside of your Senate or you yourselves or who else on the committee? It's kind of, I mean, as a student, I don't think this is something you should rush into because of the huge change, and I agree with you that there's a lot of things. I'm just wondering where you pulled your ideas from. Did you talk, like, how did the process go? Because making constitutional bylaws is a lot of work. So what was your thought process and how did you do it?
So the idea behind this was just the actual formal motion forward, because it's hard to discuss creating a body when there's not something to discuss about it and have that general framework already laid out. So the idea behind just putting it on the agenda was to have that discussion, and the body can keep on postponing it as long as they want until they feel like it's ready. So.
I have a follow-up.
Yeah.
Did you look at any other statewide associations of the conference in the conference of our whole new 16 billion structures that they have? Like all, like, what tools did you pull from? Is what I'm really curious about.
I actually did spend a whole summer internship working with the former chair of the Minnesota Student Association. So, yeah, they gave me a lot of feedback. Next on the speakers list, we have Green Bay.
Thank you. So I think something that Kaylee brought up about having an internal structure, I think I would look at it from the standpoint of student reps presently is composed largely of presidents and vice presidents from local student government, campus student government. They go into the election process with the idea of what can they do for their campus. Now, the way it's structured here, it seems to me that we're setting up a system where any student who wants to commit to the state system can be nominated and go ahead and work for the entire state system rather than just their local student government. And I think what you would get with that is people who are more committed to exactly what their duties are in this position and not necessarily burdened by their local student government work as president or vice president. Then with that, this also gives an opportunity for any student from across the system to participate rather than simply people who have been elected into the local student government. And I think it would provide a lot more than internal. It would provide a huge variety of people to join that discussion. And I think that's what I got.
I have been on the speakers list.
Oh, to ask a question to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next up, Lamont.
I'll start with Bar's. What's the plan as far as this first we have the confirmation for this body, but saying the confirmation, what's the confidence or plan as far as getting legitimacy in the system of both regions and essentially how confident that's and also I guess how confident are you that you'll be able to organize it as well?
I'll go over the process that would actually, this department just actually passed today. So, all our positions would no longer exist. So the highest ranking member of the host campus would then take over the reps meeting. So Chris would take over the reps meeting, and then we'd move into elections. So if it passed, that's basically what would happen. And then it would be up to that body to gain some legitimacy.
So I guess the juniors are this body, those as my brother in the system, or the board is place their songs, and also the students that have races. I guess a follow-up to that, as far as the folks who have been in this process, have they all shared this picture of other statements and other folks on campus? Have they had any
as far as getting legitimacy with the board of regents, state legislature, and so forth, reps is almost at square one with that right now. We adopted the Constitution 2 years ago, so we haven't done too much. Last year was our first legislative priority summer that we passed. So in the months, I know as students, we look at the very short term, this year and maybe next year, but long term, this body has been just a flash. So it takes a long time to build that legitimacy. And it would take the Wisconsin Student Association maybe 5 years to be relevant in the state at a high level that we want it. But that's something it would have to work towards. Yes, we've talked to it with student senate. Unless they come to our senate meetings, probably not. With that, it's pretty much on every individual student government to do that on their own campus. So, so Claire and I had in mind when we proposed this is just to start the discussions, put it on the agenda, and postpone it as long as we need to. It was our intent to just push it on every campus and pass it today. So that's on the speakers list I have. Chris.
So I actually going to be putting questions to body itself. One is this type of general direction of this body or the individuals here to create something that is larger along the lines of not exactly how it's written, but in that general direction. If you can answer that yes, then my next question is more relevant. Can this body create an ad hoc committee to have a smaller group discuss this, present their findings as in that small group outreaches to each individual campus, each individual student government, and get feedback instead of it being proposed to the large body as a whole, so that everyone has the input necessary to either approve this one if the ad hoc says this is the best question we can find, or that ad hoc can go with different options. Does this body have the power to create a smaller committee to essentially investigate this?
According to Robert's rules, anybody in this body can put forward a motion. We put on the agenda to create an ad hoc committee. Myself as chair, I can just create an ad hoc committee at will. So if that's something this body would like, that's certainly intense discussion. So
I guess. Yeah. Well, because the thing about it is, I moved to create an ad hoc committee to investigate the viability of the WISA or other options available.
Second. Can you click on your motion to the membership of that committee?
So that's what I wanted to. So how many people do we actually want on this ad hoc committee? With all the campuses here? That's why I said if you can't answer that you want to investigate this, there's no reason in making the ad hoc.
Just to clarify, we wouldn't be able to vote on your motion technically to create an ad hoc committee this meeting, but technically as chair, I'm able to create ad hoc said vote. So
then this is open for general discussion. We'll want to see that ad hoc committee vote on.
I guess we'll just continue with the speakers list, and we might want to wait to get into this discussion of the ad hoc committee a little bit. Next we have Oshkosh.
Okay, so obviously there's a lot of confused individuals in here that would like more information, and that's completely understandable. This is a big change that would be having these student reps, but I do feel like it's a very progressive change that would better student reps. However, I do agree with these sentiments both from La Crosse and Stevens Point in regards to it's a little too soon. There isn't enough information. This body's not fully well informed on it yet. So, and you actually can vote on it in the same meeting. So I would move to create an ad hoc committee with 8 members in full power, in which their duty would be to address the creation of the WISA.
Second. Copy moved and seconded to create an ad hoc committee, 8 members. 8 members minimum.
Can you clarify, like, breakdown is going to be just any individual?
Yes, it's going to be any individual in this body, but with full power, they have that body has the ability to appoint any student in the UW system to that committee. So it's really just at this point we're just creating an ad hoc committee, so it'll be taken off the schedule to be voted on today. At which point this committee can take technically as long as they want to in addressing the creation of this WISA and making sure that they can get all students that want to be involved in this process involved in it, so they can have their voices heard.
Alright, so this one probably moved and seconded, so we will now open for discussion on the motion to create the ad hoc committee and not on any motion. Yes.
Discussion, and then after business, or as you said, you have to create an ad hoc and chair of the
the motion is technically a motion to refer to an ad hoc committee. So that ad hoc committee would be created in that motion. So it's correct.
So in discussion of this ad hoc committee, how do we ensure representation equally amongst campuses with these 8 students?
I think this body would be selecting the members, so it's up to the body to keep in mind the representation of the system when they create the motion. Next up, Brian, and then
I move to amend representation to be 4 4-year representatives, 2 2-year representatives, and 2 United Council representatives.
Moved. Is there a second? Second. Probably moved and seconded. The floor is now open for discussion on the amendment to the motion. Okay.
I would be voting down this amendment because it caps how many people we can have on the committee. We're looking with this ad hoc committee in mind. We're looking to gain as much input as possible. It doesn't matter from what organization you're a part of, 4-year, 2-year, or United Council, so long as you're in this meeting right now, you'd be able to. So I would vote it down on the basis that it would be underrepresenting our UW campuses.
Just let you know, when we move to a new amendment, we're starting the speakers list, the speakers list for the main motion. So if your hand is up for the main motion, you still would like to speak, you can raise your hand. So next item.
I just want to say input on this. I think it should be one representative from each school speaker. But this is something that we all do a good job. This is the daily line of the amount of involvement involved.
Yes.
I thought I heard an original amendment or a motion of 8. So,
a minimum of 8.
A minimum of 8. Okay.
Yes.
I understand. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion on the amendment?
Oh, question.
Yes. You can't amend. Oh, yeah, never mind. This is, yeah.
You can amend the representation, you have minimum 8 of that same representation or with appointees. And you can see the ability to appoint them.
Can you restate that again?
So the amendment is to change the membership committee to support 4-year students, 2-year students, and agency members. And then would be to add the line saying any other party that minimum of 8 plus.
What committee are you referring to? Okay. So is there a second for the amendment to the amendment? See none.
Second.
This is probably moved and seconded. We will now move on to discussion on the amendment.
I'll second that.
Okay. Second by Milwaukee. So we will now move on to discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
I just have a clarifying
Yes.
question. So that would this be so that only those people or
any member that would like to be part of that committee would have to be approved by the current committee members. So it starts with the 8 members, but anybody that would want to join would have to be approved by those 8 committee members. Yeah.
I think I'm a little concerned that we run ourselves into a bureaucratic spiral here. Just because there are a certain number of voting members doesn't mean that other people can't be involved. The bigger you make a set quorum, the more people you need to hold a meeting and actually approve anything. So it might be wise of this body to just set it as 8, fill it with whoever we think should be there for voting members. And then anyone who wants to be part of the discussion could just be part of the discussion, but then you don't have to have 14 people in order to hold a meeting, which is what we currently have and what we're trying to fix anyway. So I would really try to discourage making really strict who has to be on it, like limits, just because I think
and running into the same problem we have right now. Let's just make it simple, set it at 8, and you only need 5 people to show up at any one time to vote. If you're really passionate about this, ask to be one of those 8 members. If you would like to have your opinion heard but don't feel that it's necessary for you to absolutely vote on it, just attend when you can. That's all.
Superior, do you have anything to top that? Okay. Just to clarify, we're on the amendment to the amendment to have the 4-2-2 and plus any others that would like to be on the committee. Is there any more discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
One clarification, can you restate who the 2 or the other 2 are?
So, as it states right now, the motion is to create an ad hoc committee with a minimum of 8 members. The amendment to the motion was to clarify that the 8 members would not be a minimum, but would have 4 years and 2 years and 2 United Council members. And then from there, that amendment to the main motion was amended to basically add in another sentence after that saying anybody else who wants to join. So we're voting on the amendment to add in to the 4-2-2 anyone else who wants to join. So if you are in favor of the amendment to the amendment, you would like to amend the amendment saying 4-2-4 and add in anybody else who would like to join. Does anybody have any questions about what we're voting on? All right, seeing none, we will proceed to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Nay. Abstentions? The amendment to the amendment fails. We will move back on to discussion of the amendment to the main motion. I have no one on the speakers list for this. Freeman.
So let's, as was suggested, keep it at a minimum of 8 members. Anybody else who's interested, put their name in the hat.
So we 8 members for the minimum. This motion is actually struck the 8 minimum and replaced it with the 4-2-2 without the minimum.
That was just turned down.
The original motion contained the minimum, the amendment removed the minimum, and the amendment we just struck down, reinserted the minimum.
So where are we at exactly?
Is it kind of written down?
Sure. You have it.
Point of clarification, would it be simpler at this point for the current motions to just be rescinded and have the chair just create an 8-member ad hoc committee? Would that be easier?
Would who made the original main motion? Actually, Jordan, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I hereby rescind the motion to create that option.
All right. So we are back to discussion on the very main motion. Would anybody like to end discussion so I can create that? Move and end discussion. Second. Have we moved and seconded? We'll proceed to vote on the motion to end discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Discussion is now ended on this motion. All right. So as chair, I'm going to announce the creation of an ad hoc committee with 4 4-year representatives, 2 2-year representatives, 8 people. Okay. 8 people. UW system students. Of 8 UW system students. And full power over creation of the Wisconsin Student Association. So if that committee is not created, I would like to entertain a motion to refer UW Reps 3rd session motion number 1 to the committee. Second. It's probably moved and seconded to refer the motion up here to the committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is now referred to the ad hoc committee. It is 12:01, and I believe it is time for lunch, correct? Is it all set up? Okay. So we will continue business.
We need to fill the ad hoc committee.
Is there a motion to open up nominations for the 8-member ad hoc committee?
So moved. Second.
It's probably moved and seconded. Are there any nominations? Or we'll proceed to vote on opening nominations. All those, yes. All those in favor of opening nominations, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Nominations are now open for the Wisconsin Student Association Creation Ad Hoc Committee.
I nominate John Paul Darwood.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you accept?
I accept.
Okay. Any other nominations? Shall
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you accept? Sorry, what was your name again? Yeah.
John Paul.
All right. Yes.
I nominate Evan Braun from UW Milwaukee.
Second.
You accept?
Yeah, I'll accept.
Can you repeat this again there?
Evan Braun.
Yes.
Awesome. Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Are there any other? Okay. You're still student, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually vote.
Okay. Awesome. Any other nominations?
I'll here.
Nominate yourself. Is there a second? Okay. What's your name? Any other nominations? I feel like you guys are
That's 8. So what are we at 8? Or what we are at?
That's at 8. If you would like to nominate anybody else, feel free to do so. So right now we have Chris from UW Stevens Point. Do you want to say your position?
I am currently the president of the organization here.
Next we have Sam.
I'm the president of the University of Wisconsin Eau Claire and the vice chair of student representatives.
And we have John.
I'm an at-large student right now. UW Stevens Point.
Next we have Evan.
I'm the vice president of student affairs.
Kaylee, who is the president at the Cross. She's on Google right now. Jordan.
I'm the president of Oshkosh and IDR chair of this spot.
Amanda.
I am a board member.
Then Reed.
The CPAC chair for you.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, is there a motion to close nominations? Yeah. Properly moved and seconded. Do you accept the nomination? Are there any other nominations? Do you use your hand? Sorry, I was thinking. Oh, okay. I said right hand, move, and I'm like. Okay.
I'll nominate myself.
Awesome. And is there a second?
I think that's pretty good.
I have a quick favor. Is there any chance we can use the projector to like there?
Jules, do you have all Yes.
So are there something more than me?
Yep, there's,
So are we going to have to?
yes, unless there are two people who that no longer want to be in the committee for some reason. Sam. Katie, are we good to go at lunch?
Is there any chance that it would be a lot harder?
Yes. Sounds good. We're going to get the names typed up there. You want to put the,
I'm sorry, I misheard. If I get something wrong, please come up there.
That first one of them, type your name.
Yes.
Diane, what school? Can you type in Haley? Or her, since she can't do it too.
I'm telling you now. That's fine. So you need just enough information that would make an informed decision. Yeah. Is she from LaCrosse?
Yes.
Can you clarify for me what this is?
Reviewing. Yeah, we'll do.
The committee can basically take as long as they want, as long as however much feedback it takes. Hopefully they'll get it done by the end of the year. That's probably a good goal for the committee. Yep, they would basically review this option and also create other options if they feel necessary or multiple options. So that's just really up to that committee. But I think it would be nice if they put forward 3 options as a committee. And then
Sorry, what do you want? Student? There we go. No, you're not.
Are there any campuses that are going to need a piece of paper to write their votes down on? Everybody has paper?
So those you vote for 8.
Yeah, you'll be voting for 8. I would like to entertain a motion to change the method of voting to a ballot vote. So moved. It's probably moved and seconded. Is Is there any discussion on changing the method of voting to a ballot vote? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? The method of voting has now been changed to a ballot vote.
Point of order, or yeah, I don't know. So is it just one vote per campus? I know we do.
There are 8. Yep, 1 vote per campus.
Yeah, then each campus votes for 8.
Yep. And then, I mean, I would suggest adjourning. So, or not adjourning, recessing for lunch and then having this come back during lunch. So moved. Well, we have to vote first. Oh, I don't know. All right. So up there are all 10 nominees for the ad hoc committee. Yes.
Or I can give you like you might nominate people.
Actually, yeah, that'll be
Right. If you are the president of your organization, please raise your hand.
Or the highest ranking member.
Alexander, yes.
But Jesus knows that I go to the chat. Is anybody opposed to that? Like right now?
Plenty of paper.
Oh, is there any more yellow paper?
Yeah.
Sorry. Forget everyone.
Not trying to disadvantage this way. And then you.
Tony?
Yeah, no, I just didn't know.
Tony, she's wondering, do you vote for 8 or have?
Yes. So make sure to write down 8 names. Technically, you're not required to vote for all 8, so you can vote for less than 8, but a maximum of 8. No. This reminds me of some like quiz bowl contests right now, for sure.
Do all research.
Okay, that's great.
You have to find job officially.
Oh wait, 1 second. We're gonna have to do it.
Yes.
Are there any other ballots out there? Yes. Are there any more ballots? All right. You can either wait for the results, or someone can make a motion to go recess.
I have a motion to have a recess for lunch.
At what time would you like to? Or come back? Yeah, come back.
I think 12:40 would be good. What is it? 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
What's your motion?
I motion to have a recess for lunch and come back.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? He sits down after.
The IRS tells you to hang on to 7 years of your personal.
Hi, Mr. Tom. How are you? I am just as fantastic. Nice, nice. Hey, I'm calling. Are you the one who has the stereo for tonight? Wonderful. So I'm making like a playlist. Is it like an iPod plug-in? Or what is it? Or is it a CD? Okay, perfect. So just like you just plug it into the headphone jack. Oh, okay, perfect. So you need an actual iPod. Okay, beautiful. I was just wondering how I needed to put these songs on. Awesome. You're fantastic. Do you have any song requests, Mr. Tom? Yeah, we're dancing. No, we're going to dance tonight. Lots of dancing. What? I'll put some on mine. But it'll be so fun. All right. Thank you, sir, for your answering my question. I'll see you later tonight. All right, bye.
Amazon Fire Phone with a full year of Prime included.
Girl, and I wanna make her mine. And she's watching me with those eyes. And she's loving with that body, I just know it. And he's holding her in his arms late at night. You know, I wish that I had Jesse's girl. I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Where can I find a woman like that? The charade. That doesn't seem to be a reason to change. You know, I feel so dirty when they start talking cute. I wanna tell her that I love her, but the point is probably moot. Cause she's watching him with those eyes. And she's loving with that body, I just know it. And he's holding her in his arms late at night. You know, I wish that I had Jesse's girl. I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Where can I find a woman like that, like Jesse's girl? I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Where can I find a woman?
Get a large 2-topping pizza for just $7.99 at PizzaHut.com. A deal this good only lives online.
Mustang Sally.
Some people don't think wrestling's on the o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, rock. We're gonna rock. Around 2 o'clock tonight, what did you find right? So, join me right now. Have some fun. Let's fight one.
If everybody had a home across the USA, then everybody be served like California. You see them wearing their bag, Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hair, serving USA. You'll catch them serving it now. Ventura County line. Santa Cruz and Prince. I'm visiting their own inside. Walls are open and down. Let's dance for love. Yes, it's my last chance. Romance to love. I need you by me, beside me, to guide me, to know me, to scold me. 'Cause when I'm bad, I'm so bad. So let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance tonight. Now that we're together, all alone tonight. Sugar, don't you start talking. Come on and hold me tight. Stay with us, baby. Monday, happy day. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy day. Thursday, Friday, happy day. Saturday, what a day. Rock and roll. This day is ours. This day is ours. Sunshine, my rain. Strap my school ring on her chain. She's my steady, I'm her man. I'm gonna love her all I can. Days It's not unusual to be loved by everyone. It's not unusual to have fun. So fill me up, baby, buttercup, don't break my heart. I'll be over at 10, you told me time and again, but you're late. I wait around again. I'm up to the door, I can't take anymore. It's not you, you let me down again. Baby, baby, try to find a little time, and I'll make you happy. I'll be home, I'll be beside you, waiting for you. myself from the inside out. And all my fears have pushed you out. And I wished for things that I don't need. All I wanted, what I chase won't set me free. All I wanted, and I get scared, but I'm not crawling on my knees. Oh yeah, everything's all wrong, yeah. Everything's all wrong, yeah. Where the hell did I think I was? Stranger than your sympathy. Take these things so I don't keep. I'm killing myself from the inside out. Now my head's been bruised out. It's hard to lead the life you choose. All I wanted, and all your luck's run out on you. All I wanted, you can't see when all your dreams are coming true. Oh yeah, it's easy to forget, yeah. You choke on the regrets, yeah. Who the hell did I think I was? Stranger than your sympathy. All these thoughts you stole from me. I'm not sure where I belong. Nowhere's home and I'm alone. I was alone. Things I tried to be. I was, and I would be the one to yield all the dreams I wanted. All the talk and all the lies were all empty disguised as me. Stranger than your sympathy. Stranger than your sympathy. It's Friday night, she turns up, she calls me, but I'm drunk as fuck, so I send a cab, she'll be her song, she's taken out of her dorm room. She lied away, her heartbeat when I make her laugh, and every time the radio's on, I hit you with that right song, and you're mine. Don't be shy, got my playlist on your iPod for tonight.
Just push the button and all the technology that I need is right there. So hold on.
I can be watching a movie and just let it listen, and then scroll through all the information.
You know you make me wanna shout and kick my heels up and down, throw my hands up and down, throw my hands back and down. Come on now, don't forget to say you will. Don't forget to say yeah, yeah, yeah. These eyes, more than words, more than everything that I've spoken. As the skies turn to gray, my heart's just about to crack open.
Dual, are you around?
I saw Chloe a little bit
We will be getting started shortly.
I know that is my job. Oh wait.
No, I'm not. Yeah. Like that one. That's what we bring up in the middle of I know what this is.
Who's back?
Come and make your church come to life for your
I would like to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Secretary, can you please take the roll?
Leclerc. Here. Green Bay. Aye. Cross. Present. Madison. Milwaukee. Present. Austin. Here. Outside. Blackville. River Falls.
Here.
Stevens Point.
Here. Scout. Superior. Whitewater.
Here.
Baraboo County. Barron County. Fond du Lac. Fox Valley. Manitowoc.
Here.
Marathon County. Marinette.
Here.
Marshfield Wood County. Richland. Rock County. Sheboygan.
Here.
Washington County. Waukesha.
We have one. All right. So I would like to announce the results of the election for the Wisconsin Student Association ad hoc committee. So we have Kaylee from lacrosse, Chris from Stevens Point, Tyler from Marathon, Reed from Green Bay, Evan from Milwaukee, sorry, Justin, and then Jordan, then another Jordan, so Casper and Shadow, and Sam. So congratulations, everybody. All right, we'll move on to new business. There is no new business, so we'll move on to discussion topics. So first we have UW Rep's website. This is on there just to let you guys know or open discussion on do you think Reps needs a website or more external presence? So the floor is now open for discussion.
Yes. Sure. I think that while it is a benefit to having the current Reps website basically linked with UW system, I think we also need our own external website just for a broader range. The current website's a little hard to navigate, a little hard to fully understand if you're completely new to student reps. But I think that having our own website that we can modify and change in our own initiative, our own values that we see that students will benefit from would definitely be to the betterment of this body.
Yeah, can we pull up the website? Oh yeah. If you just Google UW System Student Representatives, it should come up.
So the UW Student Representative website will change partly, so as it looks right now, I'm not really confident, but it's in the conversation.
Yeah, the whole UW system site is under design. It will be up in December, but it will be, we know that it's not very much. That's why I'm deciding it. But project. This is
So I think it also would be good to know, I mean, even if you all decide to create your own type of website, if there's things that should go when we do the system website, I would be more than happy to hear that feedback. You have time now, so I can jot that down and make sure that it's placed on the website.
I think it would be nice to have not just a link to our Constitution and bylaws, but actually like a page where you can just leave up all the text for our Constitution and bylaws.
Okay, so I also need to add, I will take down all the notes, but we also have certain guidelines and restrictions, so I'll do what I can. So I'm not promising anything, because we're dealing with that right now. Yes. But I still would accept the feedback and do what I can
having like access to every economic year of all the meetings and platform, also having access to contact information from student representatives,
Could that agenda minutes to that? Past minutes.
Sent our legislative priority summary once that's passed or approved to the website, so anyone who goes to the website knows what our goals are for this year.
Any other thoughts? All right. Next, we'll move on to the next discussion, legislative priorities summary. So on here is a list that kind of was created during the discussion of the last meeting during the SUPEC Summit. These are all just ideas of the discussion topics, but this portion of the agenda is really for you as candidates to advocate for what you want the committee to focus on. And that field to Jordan gives them
Yeah, so as Chair Summit had mentioned, these are all the topics that were just broadly mentioned at the SUPEC meeting we had in Madison. Now, in the summary itself, I don't expect we'll have this many topics. So at this time, I mean, I would really just like to see if any member of this body has a certain opinion on any of these issues. At that point, both Shelby and myself will be taking down notes, and we can take this to the committee, at which point we will outline the summaries to based off of the discussion that happens right now, as well as the discussion that happened in Madison. And at that point, we'll bring the summary back to this body to be formally approved. So I don't think that this is the end all. You will see this document a lot more. So if you forget something now today, you can always either email us or bring it up at a future meeting.
So it's always have for discussion. And just let you know, you can bring up something not on this list. Yeah.
Well, it was brought up by Lamont Moore of the United Council. If you want, you can either explain the reason, but from my understanding, the issue that we currently had was that there wasn't enough address, enough from the state as well as the system addressing injustice to certain social groups. And so the idea was just to make sure that we have a broad, comprehensive understanding of what we would like to see changed and for what some goals and initiatives we'd like to see kind of taken on by both the state and the system. And, I'll yield to Lamont on that one if you want to add anything else.
Yes. All of the warehouse space. Yeah, I think top part say you probably would use social disinformers or ideas as far as we have council. That's how we operate. We use the business framework. We're trying to bring everybody into the community, watch what issues are happening, and try to reach them. Or at least trying to heal the problem rather than finding the band-aids of the problems that we should address it. So I think that part, it was coming to me as part of the social justice work. Actually, it's very important. And part of this tackling also community problems, like for instance, I was talking about last night, it's a cover charge. The guys here in markets, he wrote on my hand and said, where to see it. So it's like that type of stuff that we want to try to, the environment and the community outside of church. So yeah.
So then my understanding is it should be social justice.
The topic itself will change. Like these aren't the set in stone titles of the section. There's just really just the items that we're discussing in that section. We can definitely change that format so that it reflects what really what we present. Sorry about any confusion with that, as well as any other topic that we said.
So are we going down the list then, or?
We can, if you'd like to.
Let's go down the list. And I'll probably focus this session a little more so. Tobacco-free campuses.
I just want to say, as we go down the list, we also talk about things
circumstances, because there's some things on there where I'm not sure which way you're leaning.
Yeah. So, priorities on tobacco for campuses. I know we had one discussion about this morning. Is there any system or statewide policy? Okay.
I'm just wondering if this should really be a system-wide, I guess, this is we get to say this is last time, get this, and population on that campus. So I guess personally, I would advocate that this is taken off of the system reps agenda, because I don't think it's a system-wide issue, I think there should be less.
Yeah, speaking as a member of UW Milwaukee and being from the city of River Falls, I can definitely say that there's a big community difference between, Milwaukee and that of River Falls and many other places, Milwaukee being much more urban. And so the number of people who, simply the percentage of people who smoke and use tobacco products are so different that it's hard to make a statewide, system-wide thing about that. Yeah.
I guess also I would add far as going off with Katie, it's like my priorities legislative priorities, I think myself, keeping the campus base would be, I think, more productive. Not because that's the constituent base. I think one of the conversations that is intentional or unintentional that has been brought up is that, and it kind of goes back to Larissa as well, is that United Council is with something, but it's on a bigger scale. And I know the conversation moves on to around, we don't have our this individual student members not necessarily like this, but we still been going on.
This is not really germane to
what it is discussion, because we're talking about legislative issues. We have agendas in the legislature. Just a couple of weeks ago, Tammy Baldwin reached out to us just to get input on legislation. So we have legislative priorities in the pool that, just to be real, that y'all don't have.
We're talking about tobacco bans right now.
I'm talking about legislative priorities. I think that's a good piece of putting people there to be more comprehensive.
Is there anything else on tobacco bans?
I guess I would just like to get that.
All right, that's your accreditation. Chris.
I actually think this is a good one. The Houston thing with respect to accreditation actually has gone through different courses of trainings that those members go through, and they've actually already associated this as a regional level or upper or local level course. We recommend that there should be possibly awarded key credits in this area. So the American Council on Education has done this. So I think the tools are available there. Again, promoted by this body, somehow maybe advocating for a process that each individual campus would assess the American Council on Education recommendations, not something within the campus.
Next we have ADA compliance.
I'd like to yield to UW Milwaukee on this issue. They're the campus that brought it up. And, although that's really what I got out of this topic of being ADA compliance on campuses, they'll be able to hopefully broaden exactly what was meant from that topic of discussion.
Yeah, sure. Recently we had an issue with a student who was handicapped, who was in a wheelchair, and she fell out of her wheelchair and broke her arm because when she was crossing the street because there were so many potholes in Denver. And since UW Milwaukee is underfunded and we are not getting proper money from the system to upgrade our buildings to make them ADA compliant, we do have a lot of older buildings. It's very difficult for students with disabilities to get to class, to navigate through class. And we do have the largest veterans student population in the state too. So some of those students also have to do through class. Just navigating through the harsh.
Maybe another side note to add something onto this list, tax credit equity across schools. GPR.
Yes. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Anthony Rasmus, here at Hawaii. We're here. 80 complaints that are issued to me. I would like to add that there are a lot of business calls with the system that are not ADA compliant. Elevators, people, wheelchairs, and I would like to bring that up as it makes for the rest to consider. Thank you. Is there anything more on ADA compliance? All right, next we'll move on to class 3 options. Yes.
Should we be striking as we go down and we don't agree with the distributor party, or we just
to strike it, we would have to vote on every single one.
Jordan, do you want to? So, as I said, how we're doing this is Shelby and I are taking notes as to what your concerns are, at which point we're going to bring it to the committee, and we're going to look at all of the topics that were discussed. As that was mentioned from Steven's point, you had an issue with the tobacco-free campuses issue topic being included in that. That will be taken into consideration into what the final product will look like. My main goal is to have this kind of condensed down to about 10 to 15 topics that are generally broad in scale, so that way we can make sure that all campuses, initiatives, and feelings are brought into it, but at the same time being direct enough so that we can convey our message succinctly to the state government.
Thank you. We're on discussion on the flex option.
Can I ask the body a question? Do any other schools have the flex degree option yet?
Yes, that's not mistaken. In programs, program right now.
I know we do. I do only one or whatever.
Oshkosh. I know there's a lot of campuses that are actually, including Oshkosh, that are essentially holding off on that, kind of to see how other campuses implement it. But the issue with that recently is that there's only 2 or 3 campuses that are fully implementing the flex degree. Milwaukee being one. I know there's a 2-year campus that's implemented that program, and so we're kind of at the standstill where there's a lot of campuses that are saying, well, we're just going to wait to see how everyone else feels about this or how it works at other campuses. But in order to see that happen, it needs to be expanded to more campuses and more universities. I mean, although it's technically should be in a trial period, there can be no trial if there's no respondents to such a survey or trial. So the issue that was brought up with this topic specifically was just seeing the state governments and system work more hand in hand in enforcing this policy more on campuses and universities. Just make sure that we can actually have an end result on this topic instead of just keep pushing it back as we move along.
Next up, Stowe.
Hi, Kat from UW Stowe. May we have a quick definition of what the flex degree option is?
Who's Milwaukee? Are you pretty knowledgeable on flex degrees?
A little bit, yeah. Essentially, it's teaching at your own pace, essentially. I know UW Milwaukee targets more towards bachelor's. Yeah, main for this is veterans at UW Milwaukee. If someone's been working in the nursing field for a while or whatever, then they don't really have like a master's degree yet. They know a lot about it. They can go kind of learn at their own pace. Yeah, and like they take the test whenever they want.
Yeah, it's also based on kind of previous work experience and competency exams, somewhat so. It was an initiative that was put forth by Governor Walker about 2 to 3 years ago, and his idea behind it was because there's a lot of individuals who either haven't finished college or haven't really been able to afford to go to college. They have a bunch of work experience regarding to what they're going for. Is it really necessary to have them take some of these lower level courses that they already know, things of that nature? Just having them speed up the process of graduation.
Green Bay? Yeah, I was just going to ask that on subjects like this, if you can be kind enough to just give us a couple words on what it means. And secondly, it seems like there's a common element here that we're hearing these are campus by campus issues, and I think we should try to narrow these legislative priorities down to overall system priorities, not campus by campus.
All right, next we'll move on to tenant rights.
That mean?
Sure. So this was an issue that was in our last legislative summary, as well as brought up specifically by Ross, at least last year. And I know that they currently have issues out just in regards to housing code for a lot of their students for off-campus housing. The state hasn't really, or at least from my understanding, I don't know if Kaylee's still there, so she can expand upon it, but it's a specific issue in the cross-staff company, but over the entire system, there's a lot of off-campus students who feel like the rights are being limited by some of these essentially slumlords. I mean, they have these buildings that are not up to code whatsoever, and there isn't much of an enforcement of that code. So, and this doesn't have to necessarily be statewide as well. We can use this summary to go directly to our local governments and say this is what we would like to see change as well. So just throw that in there. But yeah, the idea was just making sure that off-campus students who are living in houses who don't always have the resources and full knowledge of what their rights are, just making sure that the state understands this issue and at least tries addressing it relatively soon. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can you just repeat what you said? A quick summary, a little bit longer.
Yeah, so, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. So with tenant rights, there's a few across the entire system, there's a lot of students who don't fully know their rights when it comes to off-campus housing, and there's a lot of landlords who are essentially abusing the rights of their tenants. So the idea is just so that we can put forth what students would like to see fully outlined by the state when it comes to tenant rights, as well as information that can be passed along to these tenants so that they fully understand what their rights are, and also enforcing housing code upon a lot of these houses that are not up to code and completely out of date and borderline unsafe for our students to be living in.
A lot of students would like to see expanded in their students, right? Policies like 24-hour eviction, right? If you violate the policy, some students have to evacuate the residence halls within 24 hours, which is kind of ridiculous. If you're an out-of-state student, for example, and it's the middle of winter, that presents a very unique problem that's extraordinarily expensive. But I'm sure you can imagine some other scenarios. So as you're doing some thinking and writing about tenant rights, I would definitely take a look at the new system housing policies across all of the campuses. So I think we've been hearing reports and doing our best to support this is a really great body. So that's the issue as well.
All right. Next on the list is also housing codes. I think that fits pretty well with tenant rights, housing code, and like that. So student housing, kind of all one topics. After that, we have financial aid. Do you remember what was this discussion?
In regards to financial aid, there are a lot of state-based grants that the state can hand out, as well as state scholarships. And over the course of the past few years, that funding has somewhat been limited, or at least been reduced. And since the cost of education, although yes, there's technically a tuition freeze right now, the cost of living and tuition has still gone up over the years. And so we would like to see the state have a renewed interest in providing certain grants and scholarships to students, making sure that our students can still continue to finish. Because a little background on me, I do work in our financial aid office on UW-Oshkosh's campus, and one of the most disheartening things I hear is when a student finds out that a grant that they desperately needed to continue their education was cut for some unknown reason, some state reason, some essentially political reason, and they can't continue their education and unfortunately have to drop out. That shouldn't happen. That's very, very unfortunate, especially when a lot of students are pretty close to finishing and this happens to them. So just essentially reopening that conversation of what is needed for students to fully complete their degrees at our campuses and our universities, and what sort of funding the state could potentially provide so that our students would be able to finish on time, so it's not 6 or 7 years anymore, but it can be reduced to 4 or maybe 5 years so that we can just get back on track with our education, and we don't have to worry so much about how we're actually going to find our next meal in order to remain in school.
Absolutely. So I was wondering some kind of specific things, but financially, technically,
Yep.
So are you looking at more of this campaign to be like targeted towards campuses and then organizations there, or the state?
This can be whatever this body or committee wants it to be focused on. I really don't have preferences to where it's focused. It's just a matter of bringing the topic up and having a discussion on it. So,
this also ties into I-12, which I know there's many people very passionate about the subject, and I think we have to be careful that our priorities are not, or at least don't come across as being too self-serving. So that might be something to consider how you approach the subject.
Yep. Looking at that list, there's a lot of stuff on there, and I'm seeing financial aid, GPR funding, higher and I see those three things as one. I think we should just take those three out and just have an item called knowledge funding and talk about those so they're that way around. Have those changes. So I think that's really
each one of these individual topics were brought up during our breakout session at the CPAC Summit, so we decided to include them all. They came from different individuals. Next week, sexual assault policies. I know there's a system committee kind of already working to address that. Do you like to elaborate on that at all?
We got to what the topic discussed was.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really just making sure that, and obviously the system is moving forward and addressing this issue, but before that time at the CPAC meeting, before it was formally announced this task force was even meeting, it was just brought up that with the It's On Us campaign, as well as other campaigns that are happening, to just readdress some of the policies on our campuses as well as in our system regarding sexual assault and harassment, and what we can do to better those policies. But as stated, the system is already taking kind of initiative on that and addressing that topic. Yes.
On the policies, I really did but I'm wondering if there's any outlet provide for groups on campus, student groups on campus who are, this issue. I don't know if there's really those voices in this conversation at the state or wide level yet, and that's students who are important. So I know any group. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, definitely. United Council, which is the statewide student association, we're doing one of our core main campaigns is sexual assault, and then also the biennial campaign, which takes about 5 of what you just brought up on the legislative priorities on the financial stuff, and we have a few others that agree with that, but I'm really focused on here. So that has absolutely everything to do with that. It's on us. So yeah, we're doing this. So we have folks in mind. Yeah.
All right. Next time, let's go to GPR funding. We touched on that slide already. Anything else with GPR funding?
We can find that again.
GPR funding is general purpose revenue, so it's the same tax dollars allocated to the campuses through the budget.
Just looking at equity, possibilities for equities across the universities schools.
All right, next we have voter ID. This list was made at the last meeting. Anything to add about voter ID? That's
Yeah, well, obviously, like, you know, there will be a voter ID, but I think it's an important conversation to having, especially if there's a comment, you know, from the governor, from that there's a possibility that there's civil thing to voter ID, and so I think having it on our radar, and also making sure that everything is that we're happening and that we do, I think it's really important.
Okay.
I kind of wrote off that. So I thought about that originally, but I think with the thought was report on Thursday night, I think they have to take it up now by the end of okay, apparently there are a lot of hands disagreeing with me on that one, so maybe they don't. But my guess, throw it out there, is that they probably will by the end of the session. And so it might be a better use of our time to not focus on this and wait until after that decision has been made and focus on things like budgetary priorities, which come into 4 times on this list, and we went through a lot more about like spreading ourselves to the end. And so I think this one might not be the best to hear until we know whether or not laws like this are considered legal ideas, and then reevaluate.
Derek, did you have something to add on that?
Yeah, just it's a reminder that the segments is actually so all of the budget efforts, voter ID is so very much. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Jolie. I'm at Western Events. And also just to add some other context, the last time this voter ID was implemented in Wisconsin, even when it had a stay on it, so this was back in 2011, particularly during the recall elections, poll workers were sort of instructed to ask for ID, even though they didn't necessarily have to go to the ballot. There were issues across the state that people being turned away because they didn't have ID. Poll workers weren't properly educated, and some of them, especially if they actually felt individually about wanting them voter ID, and forcing their own personal beliefs on the voters. So it's definitely something in terms of voter education. It's certainly really important in terms of one, students understanding they don't need the ID. Hopefully, campuses still should provide them because come February 15th, which is the next election, this law could be back in place, which means that those IDs that people pick up at campuses now will still be useful for spring election. And additionally, this is something that's on some candidates' platforms, so it's something that probably will still come up again in the legislature.
Yeah, so I'm sure the same thing is I think it's especially those that would be not to, even though at that time, still thinking that there's always a constant aggressive attack on school rights and also voting rights as well. I think also the voter ID, I think it's becoming more comprehensive how we have access. So I think that also it's like not only them to start putting pressure on them, so also to them to also the next election go around, have more access and have there's no reason why students shouldn't have to go to office or go anywhere to get ID. It should be there right on campus in multiple places. Also pertaining to comprehensive voting. You're coming back to the situation that happened last year at Parkside as assistant president. Aggressive attacks to the best students and everything they do something like to student and voting rights. I think it is statewide as well, but also campus based.
Right. Yes. All right. Differential tuition. believe this is brought up by Claire and Lloyd. Yeah.
Right, so, oh, right, I have to speak up. Sorry about that, everyone. At Eau Claire, our differential tuition is called Lugolga. With our differential tuition, as I mentioned earlier, there was incremental financing. 6 years ago, we were going to charge $300 per our students. The next year, $600. The next year, $900. And then last year, $1,200, which would give us a pool of about $12 million to work with, which would have accounted for about 14% of Eau Claire's total budget, 7% of Eau Claire's total budget. So during the tuition freeze, we were cut off at that last increment of funding. There was one little line item veto during the budget 2 years ago when it said, a year and a half ago, it said differential tuitions do not fall into this category, and the knock was erased. So the tuition was frozen. $3 million worth of programs had to be cut or reallocated, and it caused a lot of problems on our campus. I know a couple other campuses, Stevens Point, was kind of fell in the same category where their differential tuition was cut short. On the logic that the governor used to keep allocable seg fees unfrozen, differential tuition should also apply because largely differential tuition is allocated by students. Seg fees are allocated by students. Following that train of logic, both of them should not be frozen. So I think this is a valuable addition to our legislative priority summary, as well as individual initiatives campuses can take for themselves, trying to kind of hit the legislator with two paddles there.
Stevens Point. Hello, everyone. So, as you all heard, that differential tuition is a wonderful thing, especially when it's implemented properly, where students can put their interests in funding issues on the academic side. However, there are campuses that do not have differential tuition. Stevens Point is one of them. And I know that there's a Green Bay. With that being there, the increases, yes, advocate for the increases, the different tuition, but at the same time, we need to ensure that we are helping each other. Each one of us here going to the UW system, we want to increase the UW system. And I know that if you are going to Point, or if you're going to Claire, or if you're going to Milwaukee, if you're going to Madison, you want to make sure that your tuition dollars are going to help what you want your academics to look like. So, not just an issue of ensuring that the tuition is allowed to be at the set minimum and the student set. It's also to ensure that each institution and the students there have the opportunity to provide the best academic courses that we all want. So, that being said, please advocate for tuition schools of
Madison. Anything else on differential tuition? All right. Higher ed and lower debt. Covered a lot. Things we have to put into this. Anything else? Tuition for undocumented students. I believe that was the discussion, right?
It was, yeah, that was the focus of the discussion. It was brought up by the president of Parkside, who unfortunately isn't here. But yeah, he was, I can't recall correctly everything that he had said, but essentially there is a tuition issue with undocumented students, or at least students who have technically lived in Wisconsin their entire lives, just they're undocumented or they were born in a different country and moved here by their parents. They don't have much control over that, and therefore it is limiting their ability to attend the UW system. And President from Parkside just mentioned that he would like to see a plan in place to kind of address the issue for undocumented students. And that can really go in any direction we want it to. I would love to get his feedback as well as anyone else who has experience with this issue, and move forward from there if we deem it necessary to include into our summary.
Walking.
Yeah, our student senate actually passed a resolution in favor of the state budget at one time did allow for undocumented students to attend UW schools within state tuition, had no negative effect on the budget at all. So it's kind of a no-brainer. These individuals that have contributed to the state all their lives and deserve to have the same education as anyone else.
Yes.
To give some legislative context to it, so Wisconsin actually used to have, basically, if you're all familiar with the Federal Dream Act, we essentially had a Wisconsin version of the Dream Act that about, until it was repealed in 2011, and been active, I think, 2 or 3 years, and there have been about between 50 and 75 students that were able to take advantage of that. But it wasn't even fully implemented by the time it was first. So that is the last time that we actually had this as an existing policy. So there are actually a lot of student organizations on different campuses. If anybody wants to know, I know some of them off the top of my head. I know from Milwaukee, Parkside, Madison, all have active student organizations working on this issue. And they would be able to provide, obviously, up to date. I know that they've been doing some stuff, particularly targeting legislators. So,
all right. Next, we move on to social justice. Anything to add? Yes.
Scope of social justice we're talking about. We're talking about racial equality. We're talking about income distribution. This is a pretty broad subject.
I know this was actually included in our last legislative priority summary. It was a very short, broad paragraph that didn't really have any real teeth to it. Jordan, do you have anything to add about that?
Yeah, it was really just a short statement saying we don't like to see social injustice. And while that's a great statement, I think we should at least try to refine it somewhat so that we can actually say this is what we'd like to see changed, or at least something along those lines where it actually has more meaning instead of just giving a statement, hey, students don't like to see inequality in society. I mean, that's a great thing to say, but I mean, that's a very broad scope of what is technically inequality then. We'd like to just refine that so when anyone who would look at this summary would understand, oh, this is what the students of Wisconsin view as inequality or something they'd like to be addressed, or something of that nature. And again, it'll all be hopefully all be fleshed out in the committee meeting that we have.
So I guess I would like to bring up any specific topics regarding social justice that they would like included. Becca.
Part of my silence is I wonder how well trained people in this field with respect to articulating justice issues on
their Students' point. I guess just my justice bill was super right now very much on it. Yes, and we'll have maybe 4 areas that I know and we're defining areas where we're going to what direction. I know one possible thing that was discussed at the Regents meeting is Regent taking about their amount of funding for inclusivity and diversity on campus, about how maybe something we would look at increasing the amount of funding for that. That would be an example. Is there anything else? All right. Next we have transfer students. I think this also would include transfer credits.
Yeah, that was the main issue at hand, is just the fact that at certain schools, if you're transferring from one school to another within the UW system, there's the possibility that you would lose a lot of the credits you had taken at the school you are transferring from, and that would limit your ability to complete your degree on time, or as well as continue in school, because the longer you're in school, the more expensive it becomes. So just trying to have the state really and system really tackle this issue of if you're in the state of Wisconsin and you're at a system school, you should be able to relatively easily, I mean, it's not going to be an easy and complete swap, but making the transfer process right now a little more direct, a little more feasible for individuals to actually do if they do need to transfer to a different school.
Anything else that on transfer credits?
I guess generally too, since Milwaukee's student population is 40%, we have a large transfer student population too. This is how transfer students also feel like isolated when they come in. They think the government program through student life sort of assimilate them, I guess, to the general student life on campus. I don't know what about that to do, but there's general problem.
I think also associated with that is stigma that particularly students have in discussion for you, just as a person there's a huge stigma on like what I know, how I do, and like me as a person, that when I transferred to Point, there was a wall, a very large wall, very thick, and my due diligence were always questioned for the next 2 years long. Couldn't possibly understand. And that's a huge stigma. Maybe a lot of people about how to transfer, or you understand that it's a huge stigma that 2 years before the things that happen.
Okay.
Again, kind of calling on campus. I think overall, it's student reps want to focus on transfer credits. That seems like a system-wide issue. I think that we can advocate for. But I think when it comes to things like stigma and incorporating transfer students and orientation and things of that nature, I think that calls on each of the campus. We should be working with our individual administrations on those sorts of issues. I think we try to take up too broad an issue, particularly on this one, where we really active, where if we want to advocate for transfer credits as a system and as a statewide institution, that I think would definitely be a legislative priority for the body and something to push for. That assimilating students into their campus culture all on campus. There's no way to do that that is wide. This topic.
Next we have building projects. I'm guessing this is about getting them through the state government. Jordan, anything to add with this?
Yeah, and I apologize. Looking at this now, I'm actually kind of drawing a blank, but I do remember there was some discussion just in regards to building projects being just, I don't know what phrase this. When there's a project that is being planned and is completely funded for, and then is stopped at the state level for some unreasonable issue, that kind of needs to stop. So, and again, this is a little more personal, but I actually wasn't the one that brought it up. Don't worry about that. But so at Oshkosh, we had this thing called the Recplex that was completely funded for. It's been in the works for about 6 to 7 years now, and so we have been waiting about 2.5 years now to actually break ground, because the state said, or at least the Department of the State said that it wouldn't create enough jobs. And that is a little ridiculous, in my opinion. It seems like the requirements from the state in order for a building project to go through, at least when they bring up that's the issue as to why it's not going forward, even though it's completely funded for, and we have contractors already agreeing to build it, things of that nature, that limits a campus and a university's ability to expand and include more students and bring more things to that specific university that makes it more unique than a different university or a different campus. So I don't know if anyone in here is the one that actually brought up the issue. Was it Noah?
I think it was us. Because right now we're running into a huge roadblock with our new student union. A few years ago, students voted on a referendum whether or not they wanted to make renovations and upgrade our student union. The students overwhelmingly said no to that, and a few years after that, they voted and said, do you want brand new union with an increase of segregated fees capping out at like $358 per semester. Students overwhelmingly said yes to that. But right now, we're running into the state problem where the state's like,
no, we're not going to, put this new union project in the next budget. In each budget cycle that we miss, it's going to cost $20 million more. Yeah, I think our union is the oldest and the biggest in the state of Wisconsin too, and literally it's falling apart. Piles are falling out, water's leaking in. All the things that are like running the union, they don't. They don't make these stoves anymore. So when they break, we have to find brand new parts to make, which kind of might cost more than. So yeah, students are kind of being taken for a ride right now. I feel like UW Milwaukee, because students said yes to getting a new union. They said yes that they would pay for the huge increase in segregated fees, but then the state is coming back to us and saying, no, you're not getting it. Even though we're already went ahead with a pre-designed project. And the segregated fee increase is kicking in already, so students are paying for this new union that they're not going to get. Yeah, and it was something like in I want to say 4 or 5 years, the cost of maintaining the building will exceed the price of just replacing. Yeah. So I don't know if any of you have been in our union, but it's great. It's super great. It's like I like to tell people it's like a fortress because it's very like bulky and like very confusing to navigate around. All of you all have very nice unions too. Yeah. Especially. Yeah.
So, I guess when it comes to building projects, hold on the same. Again, what you're saying is that each institution has its own needs, but at the same time, we are the UW system. We are all in the same system. We are all students of UW. So when it comes to building projects, I'm going to support that Milwaukee wants in the union as long as their students have full-on movement support. And I think that should be essentially this body's stance on it. We all get back to the facts. Like, well, as long as it went through the proper channels, students there, this is what it might. I think that's what we're here for as a whole. If you want something, hey man, I got you. You got me.
I know this issue is probably a problem on every campus, but not all the same year. Eventually, every campus is probably going to run into a problem and something different by the Department of Administration.
So I can pose a question to the body. Who all like recently, I guess, got a new union in like the last 10 years, maybe? Okay.
Green Bay.
Yeah, so kind of on the flip side of this point, we've also got another issue I think that was brought up last time, and that is, I think the way it was characterized was administrations or campus administrations using the suit as kind of piggyback for new projects. And this is something that I'm not at liberty to discuss, but I have a feeling that we're going to get a request in the very near future to dump a bunch of money into a capital project that really doesn't have to do with what the suit is for. And this is a huge concern to me. And I'm wondering if that's something that
I think that should be a top legislative priority tolerance, using backs as a huge thing, because that's an issue with blocking where
we should probably restructure the wording.
Yeah, but we're having that same problem too, even with student work funding, where department funded boards are asking for money that we funded by the department already. So
well, the problem is first with the tuition freeze because they can't go somewhere else.
It's like, oh, we'll ask somebody's got to vote the segregated fees because they can ask for an increase. Yeah, putting us in an awkward position because I'm like telling the data streams like, no, we can't put this position that asking.
All right. So next on the list we have tuition cap. I'm pretty sure I brought this up, right? I brought this up because right now we have a tuition freeze, but we might not always have a tuition freeze. And I know after you freeze tuition for a while, and then all of a sudden it's unfrozen, you could see a huge spike in tuition in that year or 12 years after that. So something that could be beneficial is capping a percentage increase in tuition, where your tuition won't be able to increase. over a certain percentage without like special approval or something like that. Except for the floor.
Sure, I think that's a great thing, mainly because besides the fact that we as students, we do tend to view short-term issues as the biggest, most important issues, but I mean, a lot of us are somewhat in the later stages of our education, and we might be lucky enough to graduate before the tuition freeze is over. But future students coming in will have to kind of make up whatever sort of funding our campuses or universities lost. And they can be hit pretty hard to the point of, again, not really being able to afford college anymore. And I think that's just something that we need to discuss as to whether or not we'd like to see a cap. And I'm for it, mainly because if it does go away and there isn't a cap, it's almost as if we're not really giving our say to how we view it. And campuses and universities, I'm not saying all of them are evil, but they may just take it and use it to their advantage, which would be their right to do so. So I think a cap, or at least our position on whether or not there should be a cap, is extremely important.
Yes.
This be a statewide cap or?
I guess that's for us to come up with our own stance on it. I think a statewide cap would be the most enforceable thing. Walking.
I think that we also need to overall look at schools and meetings within the new group system, making a broad statement that tuition can't go over a certain percentage. Kind of, once again, it can be an institution by institution case. Every school has different needs. Every school might have different tuition needs, and once again, we don't want to take it on the ride. One student can have some percentage rate increase, and it results in students like being
redundancy. It's redundancy. Anything else on tuition cap? All right, moving on to 36095. Jordan, do you know exactly what within 36095?
Yeah, the topic at hand was just restating our position that we love 36095. I think it's pretty obvious. To be honest, I don't know if it has a correct place in our summary. I know last year there was the concern that 3609 as a whole might be revisited, and at that point, students as well as all the other shared governance groups got a little concerned over, well, if they open it all, will they change our position? And it's fine if we have something in our summary regarding 36095, but I really don't think it should extend beyond we support the current language of 36095.
Yes.
Yeah, Jordan, I think the concern that I see, besides the external one, is not the internal one that was raised today. So the way that I'm seeing it so far is that there's student reps, which is an association of student representatives. So there's already a student association, right? Which is reps. Then there's WISA that might be created, which is another one. As you see, that has been here since 1960, and now there's, what is it, the leader organization of the sciences, W Power, is another student organization that's aimed at a student association that's going to get started up, right? So there's all these ideas out there of how are we sharing governance? How are we sharing this voice? And what I'm concerned about now is I'm hearing so many different avenues of the Wisconsin student voice. And I'm worried about that because we already talked about legitimacy here and how it's going with the student reps. So we're looking to outsource in a way, not completely, right, to then WISA. And then how are they going to get legitimacy? But really, the other thing too, besides legitimacy, is also funding. This is for all of Wisconsiners to do with the entire system, is that UC is C3, which is a nonprofit status. You can get grants and you can get funding. And it doesn't have to come from student segregated fees. But with W Power, who also wants to be at C3 or C4, that was like another avenue of folks. So even into a nonprofit world where we're all fighting for money to then represent Wisconsin students. Whereas my perspective, right? So what I would like to see as an alumna is that student reps is the body where the legitimacy is taken back. You all have the power to do it. If you want to do something like WISA, whatever it is, that's also up to you, the students, right? You have to make those choices. I will support you as being a council person to put whatever you choose, right? So that's not why I'm here. I'm not saying don't make WISA because United Council. I think United Council because of our status and because of our history, because of our wings. We can also be supportive of WISA. We can be supportive of whatever we do. But I also want to say that the more we dilute shared governance as a shared, like a one-person voice and everything, there's legitimacy lost there. So we're responding to a need by creating a bigger void is what I'm seeing. So there's internal and external here that I would like and it doesn't have to be today.
Yeah. So I've been waiting to speak like true thoughts on 36.5 years. It's a double-edged sword. So take a little bit of a moment to think about it. Do you really think 36 is think about that. We have campuses around the W system where their SGAs are discussing their student voices. I've seen it in blockers, I've seen it in Fireside, all over the state. But it's also a wonderful thing because all students come together and to show power. But what I'm going to say also that 36.5 is currently being very active, but you all just don't know it. There are a few select group of students that I know are going to legislators. And you want let's open up 36.5 for review so it'll make it easier for us to talk down to what we're doing. So take a little bit of a moment to think about how we can make 36.5 better. It's really good right now, but I think there's a lack of protections for integrity in that section.
And also in regards to this topic, a lot of discussion was revolving around the fact that, as most of you know, all the campuses and universities have to have something called an implementation plan of 36095, and a lot of campuses actually have never had one, or if they do have one, they're really out of date. There's a lot of good campuses out there. I think it's Stephen's point that review it almost every 2 to 3 years or something of that nature. And I know there's a few others that do that as well, but it's kind of ridiculous that some of these campuses have never actually done so, or at least sat down, taken the time to create an implementation plan that essentially codifies what 36095 looks like on our campus. And I think it's just a general push again from the state to enforce the request that they made like a long time ago now, yes, but it's still a request they made and enforce that upon campuses and universities.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, do we have any recourse in if we see some sort of perceived violation of the shared governance structure? I mean, what do we do? For example, when I'm not invited to a budget council meeting, that I think student input is very important.
Well, we can sue. That's actually a legitimate thing that a lot of people, a lot of campuses have done. I mean, although yes, it'll be very time consuming and take a long time to do, that is a viable option. Now, if your campus or university makes their own sort of appeal system, that would be awesome. But I don't think that's going to happen, especially if they deliberately violate your rights as a student. But yeah, it's one major option that you could do. And that's why we want to just re-see all these implementation plans, or at least revisit all of them, so that we make sure they're as up to date as possible, so that everyone has a clear understanding what everyone's rights and duties and roles are on a campus, and making sure that it's enforced properly.
I know everybody's in policy now, but we were up 36.5. I just want to reiterate the importance of building relationships with your individual administration. That can go so much further than taking the money.
Well, yeah, just bouncing off of that too,
Milwaukee itself has had to go through quite a bit trying to regain our relationships with our administrators and the threat of having administrators basically control funding processes like that was one of my concerns, but what I have learned through my, I guess, 6 months now in my position, if you're willing to work with your administrators half the time and half the time, they're more than willing to work with you, create structure that empowers students. A lot of people out within administration and higher ed want to see students take a lead in these processes. Stephen's point.
Do you have something to add?
Yeah, I was going to say that if you do see a grievance of person, yes, you can sue. Come and talk to this body. Tell this body. That's why we're here. I mean, essentially, when you look at it, there's an F5 is a great tool. There's every institution should have an implementation plan. When it really comes down to it, there's still 100,000 students. So if there's a population that's having an issue and they're not being heard, come here. We're both talking together and we are separate, trying to sue on an individual campus. Come here. We have individual representatives here. Like, hey, you know that this is wrong. What is wrong? And things like that. We can build that relationship with the system and have and we will use it that way as well. We gotta come and help.
Anything else? Please expand on. All right, moving on to student healthcare. I have no clue who brought this up.
Yeah, I believe there was a campus or university that made it, or at least visiting the idea of making a requirement for students to have healthcare before they enroll. I believe it was Stout. Is that correct? Is it your campus that requires students to have healthcare before they enroll, or at least was visiting that idea?
Yeah. So for our university, if you or your parents have like your own healthcare, and before school starts, our healthcare facility actually sends out. We would just like you to have your healthcare ID card with you. If not, our university does provide $15 or $20 a semester having their own healthcare under the university. And so whenever any student goes to the health center, if they're sick or anything, they just need to show their health insurance, or if they don't, then they just pay the per year. And our university healthcare center actually helps.
Is this something we would like to include in the system live time? Hardware versus like stuff. Any thoughts on that?
Sort of. Otherwise, you could also take in the direction of the Affordable Care Act and what its influence will be on students. And I guess essentially we could view it as seeing if we want more information to be made available to students, or the state working with students in making a easier process for applying for healthcare. Things of that nature.
Well, healthcare concern that kind of goes around the LGBT plus community. Something that was brought up to me by our LGBT plus advocacy senator was some pushback that transgender identifying individuals faced when they came to our health center, Norris Health Center, with hormone drug, gave hormone drugs like testosterone and estrogen to take further gender change, whatever medical reason needed for, and they received some pushback from the health providers, and it's frankly kind of anti-transgender attitudes that are coming from that. I don't know if there's any UW policy that would fight against that, but advocacy for that, and I believe also the mental health platform that they had at Religious Health also wasn't completely friendly for transgender folks that are trying to figure out their own sexual identity or just internal identity.
This summer in Madison, So there have been initiatives system-wide to address student physical issues. Problem is, ultimately, it varies tremendously. It's right. There are some places have health centers where they get right to some will provide some therapeutics. So that's why the medicine system is trying to address the broader switch. So if you want more information about it's for both students and employees. Employees or trans by are exempt from coverage. So.
Anything else in student healthcare?
I think also just bring up the issues of affordability. So, like Scott was saying, there's like 15 semester. Yeah. Which is awesome, but then at Madison, it's over $1,700 a year. Or if you're over the age of 26, it's another $1,000. So, and some kids, it's really expensive. And then also mental health services usually have a cap on them. So once you hit a number, they won't offer you their services anymore. Or in addition to that, sometimes you just tell a student that they think that they can't handle it because it's too serious or something. So they'll actually turn it away and not give them care, even if they're paying for the health care. So also just issues of affordability, I think are really important. In terms of students actually able to access it. And also some of that money sometimes is being paid out of the cycles too. So students being able to have a more active voice in what's happening in their
I guess before we move on off of the legislative priorities, I guess I would like to just reach out to our assistant folks here and they have review to any student like kind of issues that may be coming up that we would not know about yet. Anything you think of?
I think another one is actually solve some of the broad topics that are even talked about today. I mean, I would just say that one of the things that the board meeting yesterday did talk about is excellence across the system, and that's something particular, sort of broadly speaking, which is excellent. Or specifically talking about American student access to those schools. So that's
retention and graduation of students on the priority and contract came up. I think that's something that has been gaining a lot of attention.
Are there any other topics that anybody wants to bring up for the committee to consider?
Sure. And I don't have new topic, but I just want to reiterate again that this is not a set list. Committee members, if you want to speak to your campus constituents and bring up ideas as well that may not have been covered here, or if anyone that's not on the committee can think of ideas later on, just make sure to email myself or Shelby, and we can definitely get that covered in the discussion of the committee. And as I said, before we finalize anything, this document will be brought back to this body for review, at which point hopefully we can have it formally passed by this body, and then we can act upon it. Sure.
I'm currently working with other students on several campuses to develop thinking around 3 years. So I'd love to work with the IGR committee on that and talk about what it is.
I guess this is kind of a broad statement, but I'm looking at the system graduation rates that it doesn't have much to do with the legislature itself, but more system, including overall graduation rate. All right. Anything else? Next, we have UW system student activity meeting schedule. UW Waukesha will no longer be able to host the meeting on December 6th. So I'd like to entertain a motion to amend the schedule Okay. I mean, I would not entertain the motion. I would suggest someone making a motion to amend it to a different campus. Our timing would like to say something first.
Yeah. So I did have a conversation with Alex from UW Waukesha, and I was very excited to see that we're actually going to have a meeting on one of our 2-year campuses. So I understand that you all are going to move forward and try to sign. But I did bring up the option, and I understand the students do have classes on Friday, but I would really like to see one of our meetings on one of our 2-year campuses. Nice to be able to spread that out and be able to take advantage of what the 2-year campus offers.
I guess I'll elaborate on the situation a little more. UW Waukesha is actually closed on Saturdays.
Yeah.
So your SGA would have to pay to have a building open up just for our meeting. So,
Unless we have a meeting on Friday.
yes. So it's kind of up for this body to decide what they would like to see.
I guess I know Milwaukee hosted it last year, but I was, we have space, and I'd like to throw our hat in the ring. If nobody else.
You guys are open on Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay. Superior.
Hard to believe only 4 hours from this lovely location, right? The gym between ports. Like that.
8 hours.
Hey, that was 8 hours from Superior Waukesha.
Eau Claire. Yeah, I'd also like to throw Eau Claire's hat in the ring. We have a beautiful new student center that was opened in 2012. Updated facilities. We have fantastic specs of dining. So please keep that in consideration.
I'm pretty sure I heard you complain about this. I guess what I would suggest the body do is open up nominations for meeting locations where we include Waukesha on December 5th, and then also other campuses on the day close to December 5th or 6th. Waukesha, the rationale we having it there was, I believe, the Board of Regents meeting that weekend is in Madison. Again, is it in Waukesha? Yes, it was in Waukesha. So, next one's in Madison. Okay. So, the Board of Regents meeting is in Madison, so it gives student governments an opportunity to kind of consolidate trips and actually make it to a Board of Regents meeting. So, is there a motion to open up nominations for the December meeting? Probably moved and seconded. Discussion. Let's vote. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Nominations are now open for the December meeting. Yeah.
I would like to challenge science to pick a location, especially the student where like the student has been going on, so that may I would like to suggest either UW Caribou, UW Richmond Center, UW Fairfax, UW Sheboygan, anywhere where there hasn't been a light show. So that's how
I know, just to kind of elaborate on that, the exec board was looking forward to the possibility of hosting a meeting at Wisconsin Dells next semester and having it hosted by Fairfield Sock because it's literally like 15 minutes away.
I think it might be difficult to choose a location without finding or consulting the SGA members. Or if they even have a budget to host the meeting. We got the budget.
All right, so nominations are now open. Chris.
I move to nominate.
Do you accept the nomination, Superior? December 6th?
Either
the Saturday or Friday.
The 6th, that you were open 7 days a week.
Well, the Board of Regents meeting is on the 5th, so that
Right, 6th is, and you can stop by and pass through.
I guess one possibility to consider is the Board of Regents meeting on Friday does end around 3 or noon, so we'd be able to possibly meet immediately after that.
Both are icy driving up there.
I made a nomination. Milwaukee.
I nominate Milwaukee.
Second.
Do you accept Milwaukee?
I betcha.
Oh, yeah. I would like to entertain a nomination for Waukesha on December 5th.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. I know Waukesha really want those, so I'll accept it for them. All right. Superior?
Second.
Upon thinking about the icy conditions that may be occurring around December 6th, we'll withdraw our nomination. Our roads get awful.
Horrible.
They do. Horrible.
Just
awful. And 6th or 5th? 6th. Okay. All right. Do you accept it? Yeah, Mayor. Chris again?
I was I would like to nominate
Is there a second?
Yeah, she's.
I am a chance for you, man. I can't speak for them at this meeting.
Any other nominations? Right now we have Superior on the 6th, Milwaukee on the 6th, Waukesha on the 5th, and Marathon on the 6th. Any other nominations? All right. Second. Probably moved in second to close nominations. Yes. Second. Marinette, do you accept? I live close to Marinette. Do you accept Marinette? Is Marinette here? Oh, sorry. All right. There's a motion to close nominations on the floor. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none. Superior?
I just want to discuss two things. I understand Superior's out of the way.
I'll give each campus an opportunity. So, all right. All those in favor of closing nominations? Please have opposed. Abstentions. Nominations are now closed. So we have 5 campuses nominated. We'll have each one speak, and then we'll just do a raise of hands for each campus instead of passing out a ballot for each one. Is there any objection to that method of voting?
After this meeting.
After this meeting. They are. Yep. So first, we'll have you Superior say a few words on.
Extremely far out of the way. I understand that it is winter time, so I expect you guys to vote on this one. But I would like to see Superior out there eventually. It's a 2-way road. Literally, it's awful driving down any time of the year with the amount of deer, traffic, snow, ice, pestilence plagues, and anything like that. But think about that. Just, Milwaukee, Waukesha, 8 hours. This is the best drive by far. I like to give you central locations for all meetings, just to remember that everyone's in this together. So, there. Yeah, it is things like that. Just saying. Very expected about this because it is going to be in these conditions.
Next we have Milwaukee.
All right, a great school on the lake. Yeah, I don't know if any of you attended last year, but we got a lot of locations on campus full budget capacity. So, we got budget, so we get nice catering.
You can see our wonderful union.
Yeah, you can see our union, show you how it's falling apart.
They're all too great.
Yeah, very true. We got a fireplace, so we can say, oh, you know, December is cold, we can sit in fireside lounge. Yeah, Coco, our president, one of our senators is the president of the coffee house. So, you know, very nice campus. We could probably even get a location on the freshwater school side, so it's the only one in the hemisphere. Yes. Possibly on our innovation campus where there's a hotel right there. A lot of options. Very creative.
Thank you. Next, we have Waukesha out of bed. I know I've spoken with Waukesha, the Board of Regents meeting is going to be right there. We could basically probably take the table after the Regents meeting and meet there. Everybody can go meet the Regents too. So it'd be awesome to have a meeting. The same meeting where we'd be voting on or the meeting after our legislative priorities, some meetings hopefully passed. All at the Board of Regents meeting, central location, not really central, but by the Regents. Yes. Tyler, do you have anything with the conversations you had with Waukesha? They're very nice people. Next we have Marathon.
Really small. We do definitely have to to support community size. We're centrally located, pretty much a major highway in our city.
Next we have Meredith.
Well, let me tell you about Meredith. We're a great little town of only 11,000 people. Smallest school, I think, of all the UW. So when you go in, it's really tiny. So you guys can get that kind of home feeling like you can eat slice of your house. Some interesting things. We're right next to the Bay, Green Bay. So it's not like Michigan, but it's water. Well, we have Walmart. Because I mean, Walmart. If you want to drive 45 minutes down south, you have my whole deal.
All right. Seeing that every campus has spoken, we'll proceed to vote with a standing vote. So just the highest ranking member of each campus is please stand when called the campus. So first, UW Superior. You can only go once. Milwaukee. Waukesha. Marathon. Marinette. Which one are you looking for? What? Okay, one. Oh, Chris is. I would like school internet or something. But that's 6. All right. With a vote of 1 1 for Superior, 4 for Milwaukee, 2 for Waukesha, lacrosse. Did they make this? I'll be gone.
They're gone.
Is there one more campus here? 1 for Superior, 4 for Milwaukee, 2 for Waukesha, 0 for Marathon, 6 for Marathon. That equals 13.
Did River Falls vote?
Yes. Dual, can you please take the roll? Quorum.
Claire.
Here.
Green
Aye.
Cross. Madison. Milwaukee.
Present.
Oshkosh.
Here.
Parkside. Platteville. River Falls. Stevens Point.
Oh, here.
Stop. Superior.
Here.
Whitewater.
Here.
Baraboo. Barron County. Fond du Lac. Cox Valley. Manitowoc.
Here.
Marinette.
Here.
Marshfield Wood County. Marathon County.
Here.
Richland. Rock County. Sheboygan. Washington County. Waukesha.
One short.
All right, we're 1 short. Sheboygan's probably driving home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is literally like my last unfinished business setting up people's issues.
Shot boy and
So with those being closed, we should
move for a 5-minute recess.
probably move in second for a 5-minute recess. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the 5-minute recess. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, motion passes. No one leave the building, though.
Hey, we are short one. You just like say so first.
All right. We will.
All right, I got him on the phone. I called back in front.
Yeah, we'll come back.
I'll play back.
We'll start the meeting again.
Roll it up every 2:45.
And there's
Got that gas.
Mr. Secretary, can you please take the roll?
Right. Leclerc. Here. Green Bay. Is not in the room, but we know this.
I just had some of that.
Yes. Here. Madison. Milwaukee.
Present.
Right.
Cross. Oshkosh. Here. Parkside. Platteville. River Falls.
Here.
Stevens Point.
Here.
Stout. Superior.
Here.
Whitewater.
Here.
Baraboo. Barron. Fond du Lac. Fox Valley. Manitowoc.
Manitowoc's right there.
Marinette. Marshfield, Wood County. Richland. Rock County. Sheboygan.
Sheboygan. Yeah. We're doing roll right now, so say here.
Say here.
Washington County.
They're here.
Waukesha. Back to Green Bay. I'll go back to the room. So we are 13, so we
All right. Looks like we have to wait for Green Bay to get back to the room then. No. Yeah. Okay. You want to Alright, so what do we do is we just kind of just locations. So we just have this student and the options we Milwaukee. So, yeah. Like it comes down to go. I'm very pleased. All right, so we have quorum now. So we'll proceed to vote again. All right. So we'll just do a standing vote again. All those for UW Superior? UW Milwaukee. Ask Sheboygan who they're. Sheboygan, what's your vote going to be? Okay. They voted for Milwaukee. Can you please repeat that? I heard it. I heard. Yeah, they voted for Milwaukee. Waukesha. Marathon. Marinette. Oh yeah, that does make sense. With 7, we're going to Marinette. All right, so next, approval of the second semester meetings. This is just what the executive board forwarded on to the body. We're proposing February 6th for Wisconsin Dells. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can keep going.
Oh, okay. March, doing another online meeting. If it doesn't go well the first time we do it at our next meeting, we can change that. How the online meetings would work is we would actually have to choose 15 locations where the meeting can be held because we're limited to 15 unless we find a new system. So we, as an exec board, we just pick 15 locations to have as campuses where we can go to. And then the last meeting of the year would be UW Whitewater. And that was two corresponding just as close to the Board of Regents meeting.
Jordan? I would like to move to amend the March 6th meeting date from online to UW Eau Claire.
Second. Is it properly moved and second to amend the March 6th meeting? Floor is open for discussion. Good.
They expressed a definite interest in hosting a student reps meeting. I think we should respect that.
Any more discussion? So, here,
March is an update time for us. And and it's worth it. And you say Wisconsin comes to the booth right across the bridge from that Superior. You don't even drive. I can see Superior for most of the builders, lose most of the from my house. Yeah. Just saying. Also expressed interest, and last year we were supposed to have the next meeting that was canceled.
Shot.
Yeah.
All right. Eau Claire.
Yeah. Our new chancellor, his name is Chancellor Schmidt. He was the ex-president of this similar group, but in Minnesota, years and years and years ago. And he had specifically requested that if able, we bring a student reps meeting up to Eau Claire because he'd like to. He's fairly long-winded and he likes to talk. To be incredibly blunt. So I guess it runs in the Eau Claire tradition. But no, I know he was very interested in being a part of student reps, or at least seeing what he could contribute to the body. Like I said, wonderful new student center. And if we want to play the Minnesota argument, we have the Twin Cities just about an hour and a half away. So I don't know if you want to see a Wild game or what sports go on in March. I'm not positive. So yeah, please, I encourage you all to vote this up. Yeah.
Any more discussion on the amendment to the meeting locations? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. All those in favor of amending March 6th to UW Eau Claire, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. Abstentions? The meeting stands, or the amendment stands approved. So, I would just like to point out March 6th is a Friday because it was the evening meeting following one of the short Board of Regents meetings. So, if there's a motion to amend it to a Saturday,
seconded.
Seconded. Is there any discussion on the Friday versus Saturday? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The amendment passes. All right. Is there any? The floor is now back open for discussion on approval of meetings.
For the Dells, what hotel or what's the plan for that? We're going to be meeting like in the Dells or Baraboo?
I guess I'll explain on behalf of the exec board on that. Baraboo SOC has not really been participating in reps, so it was kind of an initiative from the exec board to reach out to them and be like, we chose you / Wisconsin Dells to come to have a meeting at. I would prefer to actually have the meeting in at Baraboo SOC's campus. We don't know their capabilities or anything, so we kind of select to that general area. It's
Dallas is a good central location.
the campus is, I looked it up, it's actually like 15 to 20 minutes away from Wisconsin Dells, so hotels, you can stay in the Dells and we can meet on campus. But the logistics of that meeting have not been decided yet. We just wanted to make sure you guys would be interested in meeting there. Any other discussion on the meeting locations? Whitewater, you're on the list. You might want to say something. Are you okay with hosting a meeting?
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Pre-bet.
So just on the Dells, if we haven't heard from Baraboo and they don't participate perhaps anyway, maybe we should award the meeting to somebody who does participate and wants to.
Like,
I just want to read what you guys said, like if we have another campus that wants to.
It really was. Well, motion to amend the February 7th meeting for Wisconsin Dells.
Whoa, second. It has been positively moved and seconded to amend.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Ryan, would you like to withdraw your amendment?
I would, but yeah,
Would you like to make a new amendment?
I would like to amend the meetings from February 7th to be in Claire and March 6th to be in Superior.
Is there a second? It has been properly moved and seconded to amend meeting locations. Is there any discussion on the amendment? All right. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the amendment. So we are amending February 7th meeting to be in Wisconsin Dells, or to be in Eau Claire, and the March 6th meeting to be in Superior. Are they both? Oh, March 7th.
I would say, for which pieces do you think should we have?
Superior.
I would say that's years, or that's experience.
All right. We'll proceed to vote on that amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. All right. We are back to discussion on the main motion. Okay. Oh, we are back to discussion on the approval of all the meetings.
What it's going to be.
Artanya?
I have a concern, and this may be more for 2 years. We're adding meeting an in-person meeting and along with travel. So is there a financial issue at all with this may be for 2 years campuses? Everyone will pay with the additional meeting along with travel? Is it possible to go for one weekend?
We can always do accommodations through Lula or a teleconference if needed, but definitely consider the travel costs in this, even for some of the 4 years with smaller budgets.
So some concerns to keep in mind with the 2 years and how wide affected their funding. One, they've gotten hit the hardest with the budget cuts in the UW system. Specifically, their enrollments are dropping, so they're essentially yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, don't blame the system. Blame the state.
The legislature cutting UW system budget, which an enrollment being down, it's a whole series of problems, but it's directly impacting their ability to travel and participate in UW reps and other system-wide things. In addition to that, the turnover is extremely high onto your campuses, which means that it's common that their leaders in the year before are not so present to train them. They have different campuses sometimes have issues with advisors. Like, for example, UW Richmond that I worked with last year, their advisor basically makes the assumption they have no interest in statewide things, so she doesn't try to help them get to reps. So even what is institutionalized on their campuses sometimes is not supporting them being involved in statewide. So they may actually not really have any knowledge of what reps does and how to be involved because they may not have been trained by people before. And if they've gone 2 years without being involved, they've literally lost all historical context of what it means to be involved in reps. So if you really want to see the 2 years get more involved, I really encourage you to outreach them, really make visits to their campuses. They're going to feel more involved if you do show up on their campus. Talk like Bearden, for example, has a really good advisor if it's on the same one. She's the wife of the dean. And if you shoot an email to her, she'll definitely help you get in touch with their SGA. She'll help you set up all the logistics on that campus. They definitely have the room to support around speaking. So I would really encourage you all to think about that and how it can actually help you all be stronger as a body and help those 2 years feel included and feel like this body does represent their interests.
All right. Is there any more discussion? All right. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. I would just like to point out before we vote on this that we don't have any 2 years in the second semester. So if anybody would like to make a change to that. That's for voting. Let me call them back. Look. We still have to vote on this. As I want to vote. Do you want to post the meeting? We're looking at meetings for the second.
Right on the lake.
It's a beautiful city.
It's a little rock on a hard gold. Potato salad.
So Boyd said they can post a meeting if they need to, if you want that before.
I suppose Eau Claire would not be heartbroken if its date and meeting place needed to change. Just throwing that out there.
It's in 2 years.
Green Bay.
So I think your point about 2-year participation is a very valid one, but I think that's an entirely separate issue that should be addressed as an issue by our body and start some more outreach. As far as it goes for this, what we're doing right now, let's get it over.
All right. Yes.
Maybe we would like to consider changing the water date to and reach out to people that because UW Rock County, UW Weather, and others. That way you can still have a good 2 years, but you can also be close to this UW working student back where you want to go.
All right. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the meeting locations for second semester. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Those are our meeting locations for second semester. Just let everybody know, those will be on the agenda again, and you can amend them as needed. So we do have 2 more meetings before second semester. So if anything comes up, there's your. So next we'll move on to open forum. Milwaukee.
I guess I get just like to reiterate what everyone's saying about 2-year outreach. I think we do need to do a better job reaching out to schools that haven't been involved, like Richland, Rock County, Marion County, all the other ones. So I think we should like discuss the plan probably right now, whether we have like each exec member to reach out to a specific school or
I don't know. Just to speak on that a little bit, each exec member was given every single campus, we split all the campuses between 5 executive members. We were responsible for contacting every single campus. If it's up to this body, but would you be okay with me just assigning each 4-year campus with a 2-year budget kind of for outreach? I mean, that may not be a good way to word it, because then it seems like a system, but like sister schools. Okay.
So perhaps it seems appropriate for some of the 4-year schools to talk to some of their bigger feeder schools for their institutions. So there's local feeder schools that feed into your student body.
All right. Anything else for open forum? Sam.
Yeah, I was. We discussed a little bit about the legislative priority summary and how tenant affairs kind of falls into that. At UW Eau Claire, we've had a different problem as far as tenant rights is concerned, and that's people signing leases way too early. We have what's called a house day, October 1st, and it's where prospective renters can meet with their with landlords and kind of find properties where they'll be able to rent, rent for the coming year. However, we run into a problem where
I just want to point out we lost the room, so I'm technically the return. But none of this is voting or anything, so if there's anything you would like to state before we leave,
all of those who were on the ad hoc committee, at least can either go get the information or get the information, so at least then we can get together.
Figure out and strategize.
Yeah, I was going to say that in additional items. I trust Chris would kind of be the interim chair. The committee itself is going to elect a chair, but until then, Chris is just going to get everybody together for the first meeting. So, yep. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure.
No,
we don't have quorum anymore.
Yeah, and that's fine. So what I was saying, we have the house day. Renters can meet landlords. This happens October 1st. However, what we're seeing is our largest enrollment decline happens between freshman year and sophomore year for students that go off campus. So if I'm a freshman, I move off campus, I partake in weekend activities at my new house as a sophomore, I'm likely to drop out of school than anyone else, any other profile in the campus. And we're just kind of wondering what other campuses do as far as landlord outreach is concerned. Do you have kind of a tentative date when our lease is being signed? It's a mess, and I'm just looking for some feedback.
Jordan, at Oshkosh, people start signing leases the first week of September. Okay, it's kind of an issue because people are signing up for houses, and they haven't even lived at their current place yet that they are living. In regards to the freshman to sophomore change, and Artanya and DA, you can weigh in this too, but isn't it system policy that freshmen, or at least students, need to stay on campus for 2 years before they move off? The only campus that has an exception is Milwaukee.
It is a system policy, but I know that due to some enrollment issues, campuses have, it has been difficult for campuses. So yes and no. I think that the system has given campuses or institutions the flexibility to make the best decision for the enrollment and how it positions. As you all know, we have been having issues with building projects, moving forward, doing something residents on UW Claire. So I think it varies from campus to campus.
Okay. Whitewater?
So at Whitewater, we have something very similar. We call it a housing fair. All the landlords, our financial have many of the landlords and many of the housing agencies come and set up housing tables and food and whatnot. And the lines were actually out the door, which was really cool. And the second year they've done it, and it's very effective. I actually went there and found a house. That's the summer.
We've been doing it for a couple of years, but what month are you guys doing it?
We do it the same day.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Amen.
I had a separate.
We don't have four, so go ahead.
Does not matter. So I had a really big thought during this meeting in the States. We have been talking here for the past years. I've been talking about how we want to get exterior students or general students to be involved, be more active, to feel empowered by this body. And we had a perfect situation to actually do that. We had a general student that wanted to be involved in our ad hoc committee, and they did not make it on that ad hoc committee. I mean, maybe there's a reason they didn't have why, not talking about talking about a real general student who has not been involved, maybe in SGA, maybe they haven't been involved in reps before, and they came here, they invested in interest, and they didn't get on that committee. And I think there's a lot of reasons why we'll justify it in our head, but in reality, that's not empowering our students. You say you're our voice, and you don't let us speak. I do.
Anything else? Jordan?
Yeah, this kind of adds to our legitimacy argument, where we say we want to be legitimate, and that's the fact that we're not really following Robert's rules, and it's kind of bad. I mean, our Constitution says that we follow the newest edition of Robert's rules, and we don't follow it. And I think that it would definitely be more professional. I understand that we're all here to, while get involved, still have a good time, still stay interested, and I understand that Robert's rules can bog down sometimes. It's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally spoke out of turn. That's understandable. But at the same time, I mean, near the last half of our meeting, we just pretty much got out of control. There were side conversations and laughing that almost dominated what was actually being discussed. And that's not helpful and conducive to this body. So I think that moving forward, while yes, it's great to get everyone's voice heard, we do need to still follow these simple procedures of just being recognized by the chair before you start speaking and overpowering the individual that has been recognized by the chair to speak during that time.
And just let you know, for future meetings, our plan is as an executive board to have the president of the campus do the speaking. So I'll pretty much limit it to that and the vice presidents. Yes.
Like I said before, I've been involved in student government and politics in 2011. This is the very first reps meeting where I actually participated, where I did not have to pull a title in order to be heard. So yes, Robert's rules is fun. Yes, we should be speaking, letting them speak and whatnot. But you know what? I felt really empowered today speaking for you in the fashion that's not fair. And this way, you get more students coming out to these meetings and say what they need to say. Besides, we're not, how many of us are in this room? Like 30, and you have 180,000 students who represent. And they don't feel welcome in the space where they can speak clients, where everyone is pleased to hear their voices. I think it's detrimental to be person here and speak their piece. I like this setting where anybody can say stuff, but at the end of the day, it's very fair for this count. So I'm hoping to keep it right now. This meeting is perfect. So let's keep it that way. That way we can encourage more people to these meetings. And SGAs have responsibilities to promote these events because the decisions that come out of this group affect 180,000 students. And we should keep that in mind.
Well, it's just going to mention the same topic came up and the senior student officers how many students are involved in the student government, more specifically students or underrepresented students, LGBTQ students, students with disabilities, students of color, how to get them involved. And a couple of our senior student group officers identified Harvard Community Order as one of the reasons that independent students are getting involved because either they're not trained on it or you get so caught up in the order of which you go instead of really focusing on the issues that affect students on your respective So I would encourage this body, if you all decide to move forward with like order and change things for whom the president can speak, you have to keep in mind that not all SGAs use what's going on in campus. So you have to either provide professional development and train all those that attend so they can understand what's going on in the meeting and feel included, or not use it at all. That's my suggestion. I think we want to make sure that we give everyone a voice and they can come here and feel heard. But they are not able to do that if they don't understand what is supported. They're not able to. So I think you all need to keep that in mind. And I think it would be a good professional development opportunity for those that are or consider themselves experts.
Green Bay. So I kind of want to reflect what everybody back here was saying, and this kind of goes back to a conversation I was having earlier. It's something that was brought up with participation with this new, the new student. I'm sorry, what's the acronym again? What's that? Right. So, you know, I have no interest in getting involved in the local politics and the presidential and vice presidential race on my campus because I want nothing to do with that popularity contest with those guys. I have business to do as a SUFAC chair, and I'm very interested in the work that this body does, and as in a bigger picture on the state. So, you know, here's an opportunity for me to participate in that way. And I think to kind of reflect what we were saying earlier, that if we really want student involvement, we need to push that for all students. And this can't be the, you know, the top 1% of the campuses.
Walking. Yes. When Brian and I had the monumental task of basically starting over with our student government and having a new structure in place, and we kind of chose to take a positive tone with our SCA, where we decided that we are going to be formal in our meetings. We do Robert's rules, but we try to have fun, as much fun as possible within our meetings. We try to stay as informal as we can while maintaining order. So having that perfect balance of being friendly enough to work with individuals that are trained and individuals that are trained is very monumental to making sure that this body reaches out to local students.
Just to kind of go on my philosophy for the meeting today, it was I tried to recognize the voting members first, and then the other students that had concerns, like the list of concerns before the vote, or after the campuses goes on.
Two things. At UW Eau Claire, we'll have what's called our Senate Retreat every summer, and that's where we train our senators on how kind of order works in our Senate meetings. One of those trainings is Robert's Rules, and my job as vice chair, one of my jobs as vice chair, is present kind of professional development exercises here. So I'm thinking if you all think it's beneficial, we take half an hour, 45 minutes next meeting, and just run through Robert's Rules, and it can be in the more informal tone that Milwaukee was talking about. So long as a few key things are about, like addressing the chair instead of addressing other people, because those are just ways that facilitate discussion, in which people don't really feel attacked or singled out in the good discussion. And that's not what we want to do here. We're trying to build a organization that's successful, and we can't build a successful organization if individuals of our membership feel like they're being singled out. So I think that'll be beneficial. Hopefully, I'll get that on the agenda for next meeting. And in addition, if there's any other trainings or presentations or what have you that you'd like me to do here that you think would be beneficial for your campus, or that you do at your campus that you think would be beneficial for everyone else, please let me know, and I'll get those in our meetings. So if you want my contact info or anything, just feel free to stop by me after those rules will make sense. Feel free to stop by after the meeting. Thank you.
Anything else? Oh, we don't have a problem, so we can't make motions to adjourn, so I suggest that we now.
Anybody who got that opportunity, meet me over here. Anybody who wants it.
And good meeting, everyone.